Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena WTR udah pasti ngalahin Falcon.
Let's go!
Let's go! Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
So, Fifer, welcome to FFWS SEA 2024 Fall. 18 teams in Southeast Asia have successfully passed the knockout stage. They've gone through 72 matches in 6 weeks. And in the end, we have seen the 12 best teams who are heading to the next round, point toss and grand final in Surabaya, Indonesia.
Almost getting the knock, but Blue wants to protect himself. Just gives time. Cosq just bulldozes through his own defenses.
ถ้าพูดตรงๆก็ตอนนี้ผมไม่ได้มองทีมวินโดว์เป็นศัตรูแล้วไอ้ที่บอกว่าศึกษานี่เรียกว่าก๊อปหรือเปล่า
Like trying to fire at Falcon. Now the rivals are going to be so much more important. Kojam follows up. Cosq left to keep it going, but they cannot do so.
Will get tagged up, but the man has already done what he needs to do. Bring 2 players right back in here. One more goes down. Falcons may just be looking for revenge.
Kind of hold the position for now. They're sending in the full force. Strong as well. They get the re-knock here, but unless they take down Peter, yep, that's a full squad wipe for BTR.
Selagi gue main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gue.
Yeah, Falcons trying to focus on Onyx first before dealing with RRQ. RRQ now looking for yet another booyah in the day. GOW left with 2 more players, and it looks like the RRQ back-to-back booyah. Purgatory.
Kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik terus lah buat Indonesia. Biar gak Thailand terus yang booyah.
Saming, the only survivor, the top predator of week 1, will be absolutely helpless as that shows up with a charge buster, executes him, and RRQ, 4 booyah in a row, 5 booyahs to Indonesia, the dominating region of week 2. She trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong, turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมเลยครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนได้ครับก็
All 4 one by one AG Global have just successfully found their 4th consecutive booyah of the night.
Wow, still alive. AVAC still healing up. No, did not.
Nice.
Dạ do tụi mình bắn ý và xem thường đối thủ.
After the intersection in the knockout stage, 6 teams were unable to advance to the next round. B Esports, Onyx Olympus, Start Night Esports, Todak, Expand, and Famos have been eliminated and will not proceed to the point rush and grand final stages. And now, it's time to prove who can claim the championship throne and represent the region in the global stage. Only at the point rush and grand final of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTN udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go!
Let's go! Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it.
Let's go.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
So, Fifer, welcome to FFWS SEA 2024 FUT. 18 teams in Southeast Asia have successfully passed the knockout stage. They've gone through 72 matches in 6 weeks. And in the end, we have seen the 12 best teams who are heading to the next round, point toss and grand final in Surabaya, Indonesia.
Almost getting the knock, but Blue wants to protect himself. Just gives time. Coscu just bulldozes through his own defenses.
ถ้าพูดตรงๆก็ตอนนี้ผมไม่ได้มองทีมอินโดเป็นศัตรูแล้วครับไอ้ที่บอกว่าศึกษานี่เรียกว่าก๊อปหรือเปล่า
Trying to fire at Falcon. Now the rivals are going to be so much more important. Kojam follows up. Coscu left to keep it going, but they cannot do so.
Will get tagged up, but the man has already done what he needs to do. Bring 2 players right back in here. One more goes down. Falcons may just be looking for revenge.
Kind of hold the position for now. They're sending in the full force. Jong as well. They get the re-knock here, but unless they take down Peter, yep, that's a full squad wipe for BTR.
Selagi gue main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gue.
Yeah, Falcons trying to focus on Onyx first before dealing with RRQ. RRQ now looking for yet another booyah in the day. GOW left with 2 more players, and it looks like this RRQ back-to-back booyah purgatory.
Kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik terus lah buat Indonesia. Biar nggak Thailand terus yang booyah.
Saming, the only survivor, the top predator of week 1, will be absolutely helpless as Dutch shows up with a charge buster, executes him, and RRQ, 4 booyah in a row, 5 booyahs to Indonesia, the dominating region of week 2. She trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong, turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนได้ครับก็
All 4 one by one AG Global have just successfully found their 4th consecutive booyah of the night.
Still alive, AVAC still heating up, no, did not.
Nice.
Dạ do tụi mình bắn ấy và xem thường đối thủ.
After the intersection in the knockout stage, 6 teams were unable to advance to the next round. PE Sports, Onyx Olympus, Start Night Esports, Toda, Expand, and Famos have been eliminated and will not proceed to the point toss and grand final stages. And now, it's time to prove who can claim the championship throne and represent the region in the global stage. Only at the point toss and grand final of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro. Aku kebelet dia.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go!
Soy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Let's go!
The first day has come and gone. They have fought with all their might to gain the points that lift them high toward victory, shining light.
Hari pertama telah berlalu. Mereka berjuang tanpa ragu, dengan tenaga dan semangat yang membara. Bertaruh untuk mendapatkan poin ekstra.
Endless struggle, fierce and true, for the cherished prize in view. We'll bring the trophy home at last, and show the world our region steadfast.
Perjuangan tanpa henti untuk hasil yang dinanti-nanti. Membawa pulang piala dan membuktikan kepada dunia siapa yang bertahta.
And without further ado, we will witness a thrilling light. 12 teams in the spotlight, where champions rise and legends call.
Sesaat lagi, tanpa berlama-lama, kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan mendebarkan. 12 tim beradu di medan laga. Medan yang akan melahirkan para legenda.
And here they are, the 12 teams of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Point Rush Day 2.
Dan ini dia ke-12 tim yang akan bertanding di Point Rush hari kedua Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Welcome, Vietnam, Heavy! Go Esports! Hua Esports! And the last team, WAJ! Thailand! Outside all around! Team Falcon! Next, Twisted Mind! All Gamers Global! Lastly, welcome the King of Booyah, Buriram United Esports!
Tim Indonesia, Bigetron Delta! EVOS Divine! adalah pembuktian yang terakhir. Bersaing, mengumpulkan poin. Dengan tekad yang terukir sebagai modal berharga. Pemulus perjalanan menuju gelar juara.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024
Fight for Legacy!
Moshi down on the ground already. Hikau should be able to save the day.
Point rush,
Bigatron
Spirited
can they
Will,
do it?
and
Yes,
Arm for
they
Combat.
do.
Who will be the conqueror of all, man? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire World Series Fall Season Point Rush Day number 2. It is me, Husky, alongside the Mustachio 80 to bring you guys all of the action. See who will gain the advantage by the end of today.
Flying high indeed. 71%
I am delighted to be here yet again. Husky is going to be hot. Yesterday, explosive stuff happened as usual. Buriram dominating at the top, but we've seen this time and time again, right? Point rush, no problem. Knockout stage, no problem. But when we get to the finals, can they get it done?
Yeah, I think this question might have a bit of an answer earlier than we expected, right? You look at yesterday, some of the teams that we projected to be on top showed up as usual, you know, no questions when we talk about a team like BRU. But thankfully today is a second chance for some of these teams to turn their face around. And we've seen teams really take advantage of having that extra head start points, but there are teams that also came from behind during the last day. And this is just the icing on the cake if they can get it.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Of course, we saw, quite a bit of effort coming through from the other Thai teams as well. Vietnam had a really rough day yesterday. EVOS Divine was down in the dumps as well. But RRQ, they came so close only to be ousted by another Indonesian squad, Bigatron Delta. And this was something where, we touched on quite a number of times during the knockout stage. Bigatron Delta just kept aiming for Falcons and they could not really make a name for themselves dominating each and every single lobby, but they dominated Falcons. And to see them walk into Point Rush and, walk away with so many of those points in such a confident fashion was pretty amazing. I wonder if they can actually pull it off again.
I think if they do make that happen, it would be pretty impressive, right? Because even in the trailer, we did see that the Indonesian teams, they are not too worried about some of the Thai teams because they leave it over to Bigatron Delta. Well, guess what? Bad news is that Bigatron Delta are not only going for the Thai teams, they are going for the championship. So, their hometown comrades are also in the crossfire.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, we need to take a look at the tournament format. Once again, we started off with 18 teams and they had 18 match days to play through 6 weeks. After which we select the top 12. Well, we don't select. They make that selection themselves based on their performance. We eliminate 6 teams. We are left with 12, and that's exactly where we are at today. Point Rush, 2 days of Point Rush. Yesterday was day 1, today's day 2. And dude, Husky, I got caught off guard. Garena switched up the point system for Point Rush, and they shocked the whole world yesterday. Now, if you end up in the top 6, you get some sort of points, and the number 1 spot gets 10 points, and the second half of teams get absolutely nothing, which makes this part of the competition so much more important.
Yeah, especially when now only the top 6 actually get something. But when you look at it on a on a more minute, minuscule scale, under the microscope, I want to say, only top 3 actually get something meaningful, right? So again, a recap on the tournament timeline. This is where we're at right now. The 12th of October, which is the final day of Point Rush before I head into the grand finals tomorrow. Again, teams, if only top 3 really gets something meaningful out of it, 5 points is the bare minimum. Anything beyond that feels a bit too less to work with. But across the prize pool, if you make it through to the knockout stage, congratulations, you've already secured yourself a minimum of $10,000. But you can spice it up by getting $100,000 if you win the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely right. And because of how close the competition is this time around at the Southeast Asian stage, they definitely need to pick up as many as possible of those points from Point Rush. Even 1 or 2 could just make a huge difference. In the past, even if you bag that number 1 spot for both days, it makes no difference for the grand finals itself, because based on the usual point system, they can pick up as many as they want depending on their aggression. You hit the booyah as usual, walk away with 12 points, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, you know how it goes. 11 and 12 gets nothing though, but for each and every single elimination, and this is how most of the teams were farming in the past, every single elimination gets them a point.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Holy Covenant doesn't really change so much. If you've read the scriptures once, you will remember it for the rest of your lives. And if we do go down to tiebreakers, here are 3 of the holy rules, right? We look at the number of booyahs first, and if that's the same, we look at the total eliminations. And if that's the same as well, we look at your placements in the final round, which is the worst case scenario. And for Point Rush, like AJ said, the spice up in terms of the point system really is a major shakeup. Even the top 3, everything else feels.
Absolutely. And of course, the teams that will be in participation, our top 12, Buriram United Esports, AG Global, RRQ, Twisted Minds, Falcons, Attack All Around, WAG, EVOS Divine, Bigatron Delta, Hua Esports, GOW, as well as Heavy.
Most of them have basically achieved the pinnacle of what it means to be a Free Fire player. Of course, for Falcons, we did see Keroro now in the lineup as well previously with Attack All Around. That's a very interesting addition to the squad. But of course, Koski is still going to be hanging around on that bench. But I think the highlight for me, at least from Indonesia, 100% Bigatron Delta. We talk about them during the start of the fall season, and right now in the Point Rush, they are still one of the dark horses, even though they are performing out of their minds. And maybe the fairy tale will end with them lifting a trophy in their hometown in Surabaya.
Oh, I mean, the most beautiful way to get it done. When it was most important, when the show itself came to your hometown, you got the job done right there and then. It automatically makes all of the past failures mean nothing. Let's take a look at the current collected extra points that the teams have gained for the grand finals. Buriram, of course, at the very top with an extra 10 points. Bigatron Delta right behind them. Impressive yet again in terms of their performance and tenacity. 7 points, even outdoing the best Indonesian team from the group stage, RRQ themselves.
Yeah, really out of this world, and RRQ not too far behind, thankfully having 5 points. So you know, it is not the worst case scenario. We also got to give a shout out to our official co-streamers. We got Letta, FFWS, Bakdao, Deadboo, from every single major region and across all different languages. Past Indo, you got Vietnamese, you got Thai. If you guys can just pick your poison, right? Whoever you want to tune in, do support them. You know, they've been around for the longest of time. I remember FFWS, this dude was a legend in Indonesia, and he's still a legend right now.
Absolutely, man. Bakao is just one funny guy. I absolutely love catching him sometimes. But you know, the biggest question here is, will the Vietnamese squads catch anything out there today? Yesterday was a day of torture for all of them. GOW was the best performing Vietnamese team. WAG came right after them. But Hua Esports and Heavy, they really flunked out. And the bigger disappointment here is, out of the two, for me personally, is Hua Esports. They started off the competition at the knockout stage with a bang. We had hopes for the Team Husky, and then they just went down and down and down.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because we're looking at a very unfortunate slump, you know, from some of the regions. I'd say, at least for Vietnam, you know, it's kind of a positive for them, right? And you can kind of see the reflection in Bigatron Delta when we talk about Indonesia. Of course, you got this man right here, Ikao, previously the IGR from Toret, now moving over to Bigatron Delta, leading some new players, and right now they are looking the best out of their own region.
Oh yeah, I mean, unbelievable. And he truly is the glue that makes the team stick together. When he took his sick leave, this team, you know, the complexion of the squad itself changed. They were not as aggressive. The moment he's back in, they are winning those lobbies. They are making big noise here at Point Rush. But one team that is looking to confuse everybody else out there is Twisted Minds. This team performed fairly decent yesterday. Nothing much to complain. Obviously, it's not going to be super easy, but you know, at the knockout stages, they didn't really perform as best as they wanted to. But as long as they get it done on the most important week, we should call that all okay.
Yeah, when Twisted Minds, when they play at their best, they really are unstoppable. And one of it is Diamond, right? Like average stats, in that top 6 echelon, very high on the charts. And if you need someone to support, he's the guy. You need someone to get down and dirty, he is also the guy. Basically an all-rounder.
Absolutely right. And of course, if you look at Diamond, 197 eliminations thus far in the competition. His damage is not as much as Saming. I mean, Saming's not too far away from him in terms of eliminations as well. A total of 166. But crazy stuff, man. Everybody from Twisted Minds, as a matter of fact, can be picking up those points. But we want to take a head-to-head between WAG, the best team from Vietnam, qualifying to the final week, up against EVOS Divine. Now, both these teams did not have a good day at Point Rush yesterday.
Yeah, not at all, right? They came in 7th and 8th from the group station. Right now, they are not really sitting in the spot that you want them to be for Point Rush. And when you compare the stats, right, it's actually not too far apart. I think the biggest difference is in terms of assists, a 0.5 advantage for WAG, but that's about it. I think they are... The only difference it makes is who gets the info first. And I think that WAG has been edging out.
Yeah, I do agree with you. WAG is that, but EVOS Divine, it's just a matter of time before they turn the heat up. They're on home soil. I'm pretty sure, you know, they've got a lot of fans out there that they want to make proud of as well. But obviously, we do not change the map rotations. We start things off at Bermuda, hop into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine, Kalahari, and next year. Before, of course, we hit that randomizer for Game number 6. And some team is going to be blessed out there because we've clearly seen not every single squad. In fact, very few of them have got full mastery over each and every single map. Even Buriram falters at a map or two sometimes.
The random map makes it a lot more important for Point Rush, at least for those that want to kind of catch up, right? Again, if you want to get at least that minimum top 3, it's not going to be easy, right? All the points are reset to 0. You got to kind of play out 6 rounds. You got to hit those jackpots to secure the points that feel like in a single round anyways. But when you look at Bermuda, RRQ Kazu, EVOS Divine, 2 Indonesian powerhouses in the top 2, followed by AG Global.
Yeah, I was expecting EVOS Divine to do something, you know, that's going to benefit them quite a lot, at least on the Bermuda map yesterday. Nothing much was done. RRQ, on the other hand, very consistent throughout the whole day, right? I mean, the hustle they were putting in was pretty mind-blowing. You know, first 3 games, they were in that final circle for that final fight. The biggest surprise was Bigatron Delta was hanging around with them as well. That was the unsuspecting character that kept penetrating the final circle and torturing some of these other teams because their playstyle is very aggressive. But yesterday, of course, they kind of slowed their pace down, which was shocking as well, which really shows that this team has been doing so much of homework in the background. So yes, we may see our top 3 here, but just be prepared for a few of those shockers, because I'm very sure, just like Bigatron Delta did yesterday, some of the other teams are going to have to hope that they get in there as well because of how precious these top 6 spots are. And like you said, top 3 more especially.
And you look back at the track record, right? BRU, they could have easily walked away with 6 booyahs, but they were generous enough to finish 2nd place in 4 of them. So this the grand finals BRU form is really rearing its majestic head. But I think on Bermuda, you know, crazily enough, even though they finished 2nd, they actually made up most of the points because they got a lot of eliminations anyways, right? Like Bigatron Delta barely edged out and that's the scary part when you play in the Point Rush, because you would think that, okay, if they walk away with 20 points, the maximum possible points is great, is good, we can catch up in the grand finals, but we only get 1 day, right? So that 20 points can make all the difference.
Oh, we are gearing up for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if the team that definitely needs the most number of points from Point Rush hits it yet again. Yes, we're talking about Buriram. You may be shocked. You're like, no, Buriram does not need those points, Mustachio. Yes, they do. Because usually when they go to the finals, at least in recent times, these boys have not been getting the job done. So getting a total of 20 bonus points before heading into day 3, our championship Sunday, could just do the 2-time world champs a lot of favors. But very early on, AG Global going to beat WAG here at Mars Electric.
If my memory serves me correct, I think BRU has went a full year, and just starting from the 3rd quarter of last year, a full year without winning a single title, right?
Yes,
they finished close to a champion, to a trophy, but never walked away with one. So it would be kind of a good ending to that year drought if they win this whole thing. Of course, we see BRU taking over Peak, very common area for
attack all around. up against GOW and Tan. A little bit too close for comfort here. The Mac 10 is there and Foki shows up from the back. The distraction was provided. Poongod gets one with the Mac 10 as well. Attack all around, just smashing GOW, who's just not prepared for the early skirmish. Not a lot of loot on their way out of this compound as well. So Deanne is potentially going to sacrifice himself here. Iza, the question is, does he have enough of those coins on him to pull out that pocket market, buy his partner back in? There's a potential that he might come across Buriram as he tries to get away from attack all around.
Attack all around continuing to try to go for more. Dian actually gets rid of limit, but Foki with the trade, and that is going to be the third point for attack all around. Bit of a disaster for GOW. I know AG Global also lost a couple of members, but at least they were revived. But for GOW, this is not the opening that you want.
It's not over till it's over, says GOW. There's one more survivor that could just make that miracle work for them. Heavy taking on a early fight that they most definitely should not be in. But I guess they just can't run away at this point of time. Get Nice right beside Razor in the same compound. Hasn't spotted him out just yet. The rest of the players on the side of RRQ pretty scattered, but I really wouldn't count on that sort of luck for Heavy to get away from this, because RRQ, they very quickly fall back together in line for Heavy battles. This is that team that just has got such perfect chemistry out there, Husky.
I think if Heavy want to get out of this, you just pick
a
weak point. What? A back-to-back for RRQ Kazu, and that's just two members of Heavy down.
Look at that guy.
Trade back. Wow, Razor just ducks down in time. Abe now comes in from the side. Spotted up by V-Tan. Could be a 1v1 turn around the corner with the Bison. Good save from a Heavy. That could have been a massive disaster for the Vietnamese team.
Man's got 10 HP and he chooses not to use that medkit, but instead pick up his partner who's about to bleed out. Smart play coming through from V-Tan, who saves the day. And RRQ was too scattered, but still, even down by 2 men in that gunfight, they still managed to get those 2 knocks first. Unfortunate for them, still outnumbered towards the very end. AG Global, on the other hand, the recovery has been perfect. Up against Hua Esports, it's just that one revive player did not drop back into this compound, so there needs to be quite a bit of traveling unless AG Global decides to take this as a 3-man fight.
It's going to be quite messy. AG Global did have some time to get the resources back up, but not stopped though. Easily stopped in his tracks. What a headshot from Dew as a reply. AG Global willing to take on this fight now that they've eliminated Def. They could probably go for the push-in. Dew is not contested at all. Hua Esports gonna fight this.
Oh my goodness, Dew. MP40 does not have enough in that mag to take on the Trogon. Way too close. Massive damage, but nothing to do in terms of shedding a tear. Dew comes right back. Abex down and out already. Falcons in a 2v2 up against G'day and AimGod. Peter, very aggressive. Is he going to pay for this? Yes, he will. AimGod with the Trogon drops him. A little bit of a mistake coming through here from Falcons, but still, they do have the numbers to sustain a battle up against EVOS Divine.
Let's see if they can continue this. I think for EVOS Divine, they are caught in a pretty tough place, right? Ray and Abex just got revived. If AimGod wants to get across the finishing line, I think you gotta somehow get these pickouts, right? Get the 3 points off of Peter. Probably the easiest one to get, but unfortunately he just ducked out of sight. So now Falcons, they're gonna go in for the full rush.
Oh, G'day with 4 HP actually got to... not for long. Smart follow-up from Karoro with the token from afar. Just needed one more shot and he took it like a champ. Falcons, 4 points. Easy for them. EVOS Divine having yet another rough start.
Not good at all. Not good at all. I mean, sharing the same fate as WAG. That really got a sting. But for Falcons, you have 4 points already. 3 of them on Karoro. Oh, what a way for him to kind of get into this point rush and really cook up a storm. And Falcons continuing to push on forward with the advantage that they have.
Let's see if one of the remaining players here can pull off some miracle in a 2v4 on Fire Trogon. Abex has got the Thompson. I don't think this is a decent fight unless he keeps the distance, but Karoro interferes. Unfair fight. Abex outnumbered. Man could not do much at all, but Ray says no problem. I've got the money. Buys his friend back in yet again.
Scary start. 5.5 minutes in and only one player truly eliminated. And even that person has a chance to be revived. So for teams that are off to a hot start like Falcons, like Attack All Around, these are 3 points, right? These are 3 points that can guarantee you a better start. And I'm not sure if one more saw Apex though, because that is going to be so unfortunate.
I mean, look at this, man. The fight between the two big teams. Bigatron, Delta. They try to catch Ma'al off guard. They saw him right at the back, but Ma'al says, I have not played with you boys. Car 98 in hand. He flies away. What a switch coming through from the two Indonesian teams. I thought we were going to see a big showdown, but both sides saying, nope, not right now. We want to back away first. RRQ definitely wants to look for a better spot. They were actually rotating away from them, and Bigatron Delta showed out of nowhere.
Decision. I think you don't need to take all the necessary risks, especially when both Indonesian teams one type of two as well. For one in average damage in the fall season knockout stage, right? 465 up this.
Yeah.
11, 12 members just in terms of knockout that average.
And he also, of course, had the most number of eliminations overall throughout the whole knockout stage, which was a surprise. Usually, Wasana holds onto that title. Duo overtook him in that final week. And of course, second last week was the week where AG Global just went nuts in terms of ripping points away from the overall leaderboard. So this is just one of those threats that Buriram needs to look out for. Yesterday wasn't a fine day for them, though. They did make a couple of mistakes. You just couldn't find the follow-up to all of his shots. He was getting the knocks. It's just the elimination points either kept getting stolen away or the boys just got picked up by the team members. Caramel, RGS 50 in hand. Tan making a mistake here. Backstab by Caramel, but could not find that final shot.
Let's see if we can get out of this. It's the Riptide Rhythm from behind. GOW kind of pins it from two different angles.
It's going to back away as the Riptide Rhythm comes on through. GOW has literally nowhere else to run from this situation. They have to take this fight, Husky.
It's going to be a tough spot to be in. GOW caught from multiple angles. There is a backup from the side as well. We'll see if they can kind of provide that support behind. Let's see the shot. They didn't spot stop.
Well, let's see if they can make something work from this. Caramel, Mac 10, not the best gun at a stage like this, but Demon still gets tagged. And new Cypher, the combo from afar, the flank of gods. AG Global overwhelming GOW in just those few seconds.
Man, heartbreak for Dian. He came from an angle where he had a chance, but he just couldn't get to the right spot. Now WAG up Heavy. W wiping the floor. Nothing that Heavy could do in this particular situation, and Heavy will be the first team to get wiped out the first round.
Oh my goodness. I mean, after all of the skirmish that we saw early game, unfortunate for Heavy. WAG 8 points already. A great start for them yet again here. Bermuda obviously not their strongest map, so if they can actually pull off some sort of a final circle play, I'm not hoping for a booyah here, but as long as they get into the final circle, I think it's going to be a fine day for Vietnam. It's high time we see them pick up some points from Point Rush.
It'd be great. It'll be great if we see that be the case. I mean, WAG can end this round with the booyah. That's already a start that I can really appreciate. But Bigatron Delta has been pretty quiet so far in this round. Just hanging by Clock Tower. I mean, there were some very minor engages, but nothing too much that would influence their decision, at least for the next few minutes. The fact that Clock Tower is still one of the territories that is within the safe zone for the next minute or two, I think Bigatron Delta can just wait.
Wow, esports up against WAG. I mean, WAG is just tagging out all of their partners from Vietnam. Allen, good reposition, high ground advantage alongside Cyrus. Now Yanbin, Poppy are going to be in trouble. Death sees the danger, backs away with the Woodpecker, trying to find those connections. Shin has got the grenade launcher. Can he make some damage here? The boys on the roof, but Cyrus with the Drogon tries to pump it down and he gets it. My goodness, Yanbin could not take advantage of his position at all. Backs away from this fight, gets tagged up by Krillin. A good solid double glue wall, but he's not going to get away from this one, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, WAG on form right now. Let's see if Walk can turn that around, because Cyrus finally got knocked down. X4 with the support from behind. Allen by his side, getting his fifth elimination. X4 takes out Poppy, and WAG about to just bulldoze through. Wow, but unfortunately, Dew is going to come in, and AG Global turning it around. WAG suddenly finds himself in a really rough spot.
AG Global, they saw an opening and they took their chances. Krillin, very smart idea to back away from this engagement. There's no point staying and sacrificing yourself. He's going to be the last hope for the squad. RRQ kind of showing up on the mini-map at the right time as well. So this could be the distraction WAG needs. The revive comes through already for Allen. Very smart play, very quick to that vending machine. Falcons on the other hand, catching out Bigatron Delta. Are the Falcon Slayers going to do it once again?
Bigatron Delta, if you can do it this time, they're going to stop the rampage of Team Falcons, and it seems like that's going to be the case. Kororo basically chased down Peter and on fire, trying to play ring around the Rosie. They know where one of the BTR members is at, but they cannot get a finisher. One of the Falcons member actually took the launch pad to try and gain distance. Maybe that is the right play. If Peter takes out Koja to even out the playing field, there's just an ecal left. The blue zone is not merciful at this stage of the game. It's the third circle, and Falcons now boxing them in, keeping them in the blue.
Falcons, they promised Yuki. They told her that we are ready. They have attacked us enough and we have read all of their plays. On fire though, making a mistake, stepping in front of two players, getting tagged up. Diggs! Well, no! Monstrous shot! They've turned the tables. Peter goes down as well, but Falcons, they have yet another survivor.
Why Falcons? I feel like that was a bit of an aggressive move. Falcons thought they could take the fight, but Ekal just absolutely destroys them in that CQC. And now it's just one more, right? He was the one who took the risk. He was the one who bought distance for his team, and now trying to save the entire game. You gotta be grateful that BTR decided that they are going to disengage.
I don't know if that's a disengage maneuver or a flanking maneuver. Either way, Falcons in a lot of trouble. I don't see that revival coming through for one more, so they might be in a lot of trouble here at Bermuda. Wasana shutting down Diane from afar. Groza in hand. GOW stuck between Buriram and Twisted Minds. This is not good.
Falcons just got eliminated. Limit picking up the last man. Twisted Minds have a good chance of taking advantage of this and maybe wipe out BRU. He sees the shoulder of Demon, hops over him, and Demon has no chance of surviving that. A good turnaround with the glue wall to just provide some cover. And now GOW not only felt exposed, but he also got AG Global behind Twisted Minds.
This is a tense situation now for Twisted Minds because three Thai teams all lined up. Twisted Minds in between two monsters. Stepping on out towards that circle will be trouble. If you don't step towards the circle, well, the blue itself will be your trouble. Nameless knocked down. That's the trouble we were talking about. Riptide Rhythm comes on through. Bye-bye Diamond, says AG Global. This is not good at all for Twisted Minds.
It's going to be a bit tough. AG Global Cypher needs a bit of time to heal back up first. The grenade actually doesn't connect, and BRU will take that opportunity to start running into Twisted Minds. AG Global maybe can take advantage of this as a third party. Moshi taking some punishment on top. Here comes Saming. Actually overshoots a little bit, decides to relocate. AG Global now caught in a very weird spot, a very awkward fight against BRU.
Oh, what a revive! Twisted Minds, insane stuff. Diamond flies on out, brings back two of his players, and now they are all back in it. AG Global up against Buriram though. Wasana, great blue wall defensive maneuver. Cypher on for the push. Mini Uzi in hand, and a sliver of health left on him. Dew is not down just yet, so the whole team could make a turnaround right now. Saming has got the monster truck in hand. Is he going to make a play here? M82, long way rotation. Maybe a little bit of payback to AG Global.
Well, it'd be crazy if he runs all of them down. Caramel is receiving assistance right now.
Oh my.
And Moshi is caught in a very, very rough spot. They know where he is. There's no way out of this. And Saming doesn't need to make a move, right? The difference maker, if he wants to be the difference maker, is definitely not now. I think Moshi can get a clutch though. 1v3 looks a bit impossible, but doable nonetheless. Evo's Divine and attack all around now, playing around this factory area. Aim guard, ring around the Rosie, comes around the corner. There's a glue wall heat that he dropped down, so no support fire, unfortunately, leaving two of his teammates to the devices of attack all around.
Yeah, Poon God getting that distance between himself as well as Evo's Divine. He wants to use that grenade launcher. Limit takes that fall damage, and he pays dearly for that. Did not see that one through. Drops right in front of the Evo's players. Poon God still trying to find the connection through the Woodpecker. Well missed the first few shots, and Gade mows him down with the Trogon. Very badly played from the side of attack all around. Evo's Divine on the other hand, just super perfect. The pickup is on point as well. Now it's RRQ up against AG Global.
But thankfully, even though through the mistakes, attack all around still survive. Evo's Divine ends up getting wiped out. The RRQ Kazu finds a very wounded AG Global with Bigatron Delta overlooking this entire fight. RRQ Kazu splitting up the manpower. Monster truck coming in. You can hear the engines revving. RRQ Kazu keeping pace with the members of AG Global. Stop is now caught between a hard place, tries to make a mad dash for Dew as a cover, and they
What?
catches them. Oh, Dew gets knocked down. Good prediction from Dew, and Mao with the follow-up to just take out AG Global. RRQ Kazu right on the money.
RRQ now, they're the strongest team out there. Abe, is he gonna get picked up? Yes, he will. 4-man strong. Dust finds the connection from afar. Razor chips in yet another one to his side as well. Jump got the final survivor for the side of attack all around. A good one in terms of the prone, but he is just going to buy himself a few extra seconds. Attack all around out, and RRQ opens up with a bang.
Insane final sequence from RRQ Kazu. What a mad prediction, right? They figured that AG Global had only 2 men left. The grenade prediction from Dudes to set up the chain reaction. All those shots looking so crisp and accurate in front of Surabaya. Nonetheless, RRQ Kazu really powering up in front of the home crowd.
Very promising from RRQ Kazu. The consistency is mind-blowing. It's something that we always look for, but sometimes people are like, hey, Mustachio, Husky, you guys are asking for too much, man. You know, it's close to the world stage. Everybody's out there. They are all big teams. Consistency is difficult, but RRQ Kazu, they are proving that it is not impossible. Greatness me.
Yeah, I mean, consistency definitely is the most difficult part, but it's not undoable, right? It's not impossible. Teams have done it before. That's how champions were made. And RRQ Kazu even had their own monstrous run somewhere back during the knockout stage. Week number 2, 5 out of 6 booyahs on one of the day. So consistency, very possible. And RRQ Kazu off to a good start.
And it's not their best map. Obviously, they'll be waiting to get to Alpine, where they can rage on once again, usually picking up an average of 16 points there. But this game, I'm pretty sure they picked up way more than those 16. So they are on to a great start here today. Yesterday, of course, was a little bit of a disappointing run, not because they performed poorly. It was because Bigatron Delta came out of nowhere and sneaked away the extra bonus points from them that they were expecting to get from that second spot. Bigatron Delta ruining that. But this time, of course, in Bermuda, it didn't seem like Bigatron was having the best of days.
No, not really. They had a pretty slow start, and then they took refuge at Clock Tower, ended up getting infiltrated anyways. There were some pretty crazy openings, like Hua Esports. They ran into AG Global, walked away, ran into WAG, and AG Global caught up from behind and wiped them out. So a lot of these stories ended up writing their own ending. Even for Evo's Divine, it was quite interesting. And this disengage actually gave RRQ Kazu a lot more room to work with to prep for that final circle, where they eventually came in at the right time, fighting crippled teams to find a win.
And of course, WAG doing a majority of the damage and then removing Heavy from the equation. And I thought they were about to do the same to Hua Esports. And then AG Global shows up and ruins WAG's plays, taking the most number of eliminations there. And of course, putting WAG at risk from elimination. They exited a little bit after that. AG Global up against Buriram. Buriram was just so confused running away from the circle. They barely had any room to breathe. And AG Global took good advantage of that, moving towards that final circle. But once again, the consistency from RRQ and also holding back from being too aggressive early game, because we know they're capable of doing that. And we've seen them do it quite a number of times already. But this time it was all about the focus of finding the final circle. And this was the play that we saw mostly from RRQ in the first half of the knockout stage. Second half, they went a little bit more aggressive. They were not focusing on those booyahs. So this is the team that actually has perfected both sides of the coin.
Yeah, and they started the entire run in the Free Fire world being known as the team that plays on info, right? The team that plays slow, plays for the circle, but then they boasted their firepower. And I think right now the shot calling and how they take these fights is really coming together for RRQ Kazu. I wouldn't say that, okay, they have not achieved the Buriram level, but you can see that teams are starting to figure out how to play the game best and how to make those split-second decisions. I think RRQ Kazu is one of the prime examples.
Yeah, and if you look at, the players, Abe, Dutz, Ma'al, Razor, once in a while Sibeng comes in for the substitution. He doesn't really play a huge role in terms of getting, any of these eliminations. But when you look at the main roster of RRQ, the work is always split up between them, right? If you look at the damage, Razor is a little bit too far away from them, but of course he's the rusher. He's usually taking the brunt of the damage. He's the one mainly getting some of those knocks, and then the finisher comes through from the rest of the players. But Abe leading the squad with 170 eliminations, and you don't really see too many of those points difference between the other players, right? They are away from each other by 10, 15 eliminations, which is pretty impressive. Everybody chipping in, everybody's a slayer on this squad.
Every single one of them, right? I think this this short stint from EWC onwards, I think they've really quelled a lot of the doubts people had about them, right? Even though they were functioning on a slightly different dynamic. Let's hear what RQ Kazu has to say about their first booyah in front of Surabaya. Let the host take it away.
Halo Surabaya, apa kabar? Mantul. Welcome, RQ dudes, and congratulations on your first booyah in the Point Rush stage. How's your feeling right now?
Apa yang lo rasain sekarang?
Nggak ada sih, biasa aja.
It's not feel as usual.
Very confident answer. Dudes, since when you started to change your hair like this? Since when he started to change his hair, color of his hair like this, the yellow hair.
Gimana tanggapan soal rambut lo yang kuning itu?
Enggak, ini iseng aja sih, pengen ganti-ganti rambut terus.
Just for fun, cause he liked to switch hair color.
Dudes, since you start in the knockout stage really strong until the Point Rush stage right now, how do you feel about your opponent? Everyone here, 11 teams.
Dari 12 tim yang ada di sini, menurut lo gimana yang bertanding di Point Rush?
Ya, yang bertanding di final sini semua layak lah. Semua jago kan, udah liga juga dari lama, jadi ya semuanya layak di sini lah. Jago-jago.
He said all the team is the strong team from each region.
Any specific team you want to say hi to?
What is
any specific team you want to say hello to?
Oke, ada nggak specific team salah satu deh yang mau lu sapa di sini?
Ya, halo lah buat Falcon di match 2 ini. Match lagi.
For Team Falcons.
Team Falcons! I hope you hear that, Team Falcons, that RQ wants to say hello to you. Thank you, dudes. And again, congratulations on your first booyah. I hope that RQ can keep this spirit and continue their booyah journey.
Yes.
Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now, let's head back to the caster. See you guys in the second game.
Okay, RRQ needs to calm down. Okay, the way Falcons are right now, they don't need to meet anyone, especially RRQ. They're already struggling on their own to pick up those points, Sasuke.
I can't believe that they went straight for Falcons, right? Like, who's next? Is it BRU? It's good to see that RQ are full of confidence. That's kind of the thing you need. People say that you are shooting way above your, way above the stars. You know, you're flying too close to the sun. But sometimes this is that you're looking for, right? You're better than you think you are. And RQ Kazu, if they can continue down the trajectory, I wouldn't put it past them to get that 10 points today.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I'm sure they have doubted themselves quite a bit as well. But it was all about the blessing of the marathon of a knockout stage that they were given, that they used very well. RRQ was one of those teams that really exploited the knockout stage to experiment quite a little bit as to how they want to approach all of these battles, especially against the big teams. In fact, a lot of the Indonesian teams use the knockout stage as a point for just purely experiment, like Bigatron Delta, just hitting all those big teams again and again and again, just to see if or not their firepower was going to be good enough to take them on when push came to shove at the final week. And it seems like it's more than good enough. Today, first game, of course, you know, they didn't really step it up that much. I hope it's not a day where we're going to see a slump. Then I'm going to be a tad bit disappointed. I want to see them jump right back in here to the action, into the final circle sequence as well, just to show us that yesterday wasn't a fluke.
They've made a pretty good start, I think, you know, with Dude showing up with 4 eliminations and just landing some of the sickest shots in that final circle. It really, you know, really shows you that at his max potential, Dude is a lethal sniper. Whether you notice it or not, he has always been in the background doing the dirty work for the team, you know, popping heads. And this game, he is just ruthless performance.
Yeah, I mean, I can most definitely agree with you there, right? I mean, the guy has got 168 assists, 151 eliminations, 103,000 on the damage ranking so far, 112 headshots. He's doing everything out there. A key player for the side of RRQ. A lot of those times, he's the one, that final survivor that's backing up the squad, bringing in those revives as well. So a lot of effort thrown in by him. Ma'al, as usual, with the long-range snipes. I wonder exactly how many eliminations he managed to pick up this time around.
Yeah, and I think I feel like this game, I think the RQ Kazu walked away with around 12, 13 eliminations, right? So most of it probably came from Abai. We just have to find out in a little bit. This quad Tatsuya setup is very different from the RQ that we know maybe like 2-3 weeks ago, because this is feels more like a Thai team style, but they've definitely adapted to this the current meta game, especially when the launch pads are now back in season. This quad Tatsuya does allow you to go extremely aggressive.
Yeah, total 12 eliminations for the squad, and you are right. The team is looking to get super aggressive out there in the battlefield, but it will be Dew that picks up the elimination leader title. I was wondering exactly where he was yesterday. The team didn't really have the best of days. You know, Moshi was doing making a lot of that noise. I was teasing Dew, saying that we weren't really seeing him in action, but I guess the boy is right back in here to monkey around. I want to see what more he's got on standby. Falcons Kororo picking up 6 for himself. WAG's Allen with the 5, Nuts with the 4, and of course Limit with the 4. Surprising thing here is Falcons, they kind of faltered a little bit too early. I wasn't expecting that of them at Bermuda.
Very unfortunate, because they had a very, very good start, right? They find GOW, they wipe out three of their initial members, and then got a revive after that. So a 4-point head start. They just couldn't pull through at the end, especially the fight against Bigatron Delta, which I feel like was a bit of a missed opportunity, a bit of a lapsed judgment to that led to them getting almost wiped out by Econ. Consequently, it was Limit that took down the last member of Team Falcons. Either way, elimination-wise, I think they're in a good spot, but they gotta rack up a bit of that extra placement points.
I'm just worried for Falcons because Bermuda isn't really their best map. Purgatory is actually their worst map. So we are going from bad to worse for this team. The good thing is when we head to Kalahari, Alpine, Nextera, there is a little bit more of an opportunity for Falcons to pick up those points. They just have to hope and pray that the random map brings them back to Kalahari, where they can most definitely guarantee points for themselves. But Team Falcons, they're not the only team that's fighting out there for points. Everybody's throwing in, their bestest of best effort. And teams like Attack All Around, yesterday was an opportunity for them to really go out and find their dominant plays. But they faltered, right? We saw some good plays from them, but they could only manage the 6th spot. And like you said, yes, top 6 gives us points. But towards the bottom side of the top 6, Attack All Around only got 1 bonus point for the final day. So, I mean, I don't know if it's going to make a huge difference.
1 point, I don't know, unless the margins are that thin, and then yes. Key players after that round 1, we got Dew, again, most damage dealt alongside the most eliminations. We got Iza with 4 revives, and Kororo finding 6 knockdowns for his team. Again, I didn't really expect this addition to Team Falcons, at least not Kororo, because I think back with Attack All Around, he was having a great time. But I think this showing so far as a beginning is not too bad, right? Like you take over you don't really take the role of cost queue, but the trade-off is that now utility-wise you probably would be on the lower side, and it's just based off of what we know about cost queue. But on the rifling side, you want to play long-range snipes. Oh boy, Kororo really delivers.
I do agree with you, man. We'll catch up in the conversation in a little bit. RRQ, not a massive round for them. 24 points from 12 eliminations, 12 from the Booyah. Attack All Around doing so much better this time around, 21 points. I actually wanted to say it was a huge miss for Attack All Around because Kororo was, one of the powerhouse players that was really pushing them forth, but it seems like they're not really sweating not having him on the squad. WAG pulling out those points as well. Very happy to see that happening for Vietnam. GOW Heavy and Hua Esports, though, we can't say the exact same for them. Kind of crashed out a tad bit too early this time around.
Yeah, the Vietnam team is not doing too well, right? But again, it comes at a time where the Vietnam region is performing at its best in terms of like the history of their region. In fact, it was Indonesia who experienced a little bit of a dip, losing 2 teams from the knockout stage. And then let's not talk about the one that's not even here. But I would say, going into Purgatory, I am looking forward to see what Falcons has cooked up, right? Again, on their worst map. We said that at EWC, we said that, okay, they don't do that well on Purgatory. Kalahari is a wild card, and then they proceed to completely destroy those 2 maps. See if they can bring out the surprise for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do apologize for that. Husky, I'm pretty sure Husky's brother threw his mic down the toilet yesterday. You gotta get that one fixed. Purgatory is this next map, and I believe what Husky was about to say was at the EWC Esports World Cup, we were assuming Falcons were going to falter at Purgatory because Purgatory is their by far the worst map. But when push came to shove, final day of battle, they showed up. They pulled in those points. Phenomenal stuff out of Falcons overall. So none of these teams can be underestimated. But even that being said, though, we still do have to bring in the points here as well as the highlights for the teams that have been getting it done on Purgatory. You're looking at Buriram, RRQ as well as AG Global. This was very consistent in terms of the points picked up during the knockout stage as well as the predictions for the Purgatory map yesterday.
Yeah. The fact that RQ Kazu is again in that top 3 for a map really shows the consistency that they have shown throughout the knockout stage, right? They were they were first on Bermuda, second on Purgatory, and it was just a 3-point difference between them and BRU. I think they probably would be the biggest contender to BRU, whether people like it or not. I know you look at Thai squads, Team Falcons, and maybe sometimes it's going to be a AG Global. Some people look at Bigatron Delta, but I feel like if you put all the teams on equal footing, RQ Kazu have the best chance of getting the read on BRU, and it really just comes down to who is having a good day. I think RQ right now, they're having a fantastic start to the round. Dudes has been landing some insane shots, and the fact that they're willing to bring out 4 Tatsuyas, if they can replicate this success in Purgatory, I think this entire day might just be painted red and white.
I am very surprised that we didn't see a single Skylar there. I mean, a triple Tatsuya single Skylar would be the very least, but these boys focusing on a quadra Tatsuya setup is a little too insane for me. But let's just see what they can whip up with that strategy. As we set up Purgatory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at a map where usually the Thai teams do manage to find a little bit of dominance. RRQ, on the other hand, perhaps not the most dominant with the points, but they do have 4 Booyahs on this map already to their name. So let's see if one of the Indonesians can rise to the occasion once again as they drop smack dab in the middle of the map, potentially fighting the teams for Brasilia.
Not too much
it's
changes. Yeah, not too much changes in terms of the drop spot. Tristan Mai still takes northern side. Moathouse and its vicinity. WAG spread out around Crossroads. Marbleverse going over to BRU. Golf course for GOW. A lot of respect given by all of these teams. Well, I say that, but I think they just found Imgard from EVOS. Heavy picking up a 3 first blood.
Great play coming through from Heavy as they spot a open opportunity out there on the battlefield, literally at Fields. They took that one for their side. Stop though on the quick approach. Has got the double vectors in hand. Early game. That gun hurts to deal with. The rate of fire is there, although the damage is not too heavy. But of course, Hans has got the better gun, Drogon. So a 1v1 between Stop and Hans would be perfect for Heavy at this point of time. But Stop doesn't even need that. Steps on up. Witan takes advantage. But the response coming through from Cypher. AK-47. Damage is there. The aim, though, the accuracy of that gun is a little bit difficult to control the AN-44. Caramel with the powerful could be that danger. But Get Nice is trying to remove him from the equation with that right-hand side flank.
Yeah, look at how far Cypher is falling back. He doesn't really have much to work with, so he's just gonna abandon ship. Caramel left to fend for himself. Have the Mac 10 to work with. Cypher is gonna get shot from behind. Good target prioritization by Kabi. And that might be a major shutdown on AG Global. Caramel also got shot in the back, so 3 members of AG Global taken out.
This is huge for Heavy. AG Global's no small fish for them to fry out there on the battlefields. And of course, attack all around. Heavy hits onto Hua Esports, ripping away 3 of their players. And AG Global finds that recovery due with the double revive. Peter finding DN. GOW in trouble as Falcons spots them out on the battlefield. But EVOS Divine hopping on in to take on Heavy, who just got out of a fight. I don't know if the loot is solid on their side just yet.
Yeah, Heavy, they are still going, finding Imgard. That's the Bison in Get Nice's hands. Imgard only has double revolver. Apex again getting shot by V-Time. So many angles being covered by Heavy. And this is not really good news for EVOS Divine. No, they're losing on the long range department, but even when it comes to close range, I'm not really sure if EVOS Divine is well equipped to take on Heavy.
Well, one mistake in terms of rotation there. They took the player out who was in pretty much open grounds. But now EVOS Divine just does not have the kind of weaponry to take a very aggressive push up against Heavy. They need to wait for one of their players to make yet another mistake, expose himself on the battlefield during that rotation. This is when they take advantage. But it seems for the time being, they want to play to their own defenses first. The rest of the players on the side of EVOS Divine will just wait for Hans to make That one wrong move.
See how long can Hans hold out, because the rest of his team not really close to him to provide support. It's gonna just be the watchdog for this area. If EVOS has info of this, they could just rush him and take him out, but I don't think they do. Sci-Fi is gonna get found at ski lodge by a troop of BTR members. Now he's on the run, not really putting much of a resistance. Young will get that point.
Yep. Man tried to run away as quickly as possible. Dix just got back into the match and getting so aggressive. But thankfully, he has the rest of his team members right there. FGL shot. Deuce right behind that. But there's no connection whatsoever from the FGL. Beautiful shots coming on through. Dew loses half his life, but there's just no follow-up just yet. Dew has got the FGL, but the last thing he wants to do is to stand up as 3 players are taking aim.
Wonder if BTR would... Wait, they're just gonna leave him?
No.
Okay, the 2 of them, they're gonna start watching the flank. Okay, comes the retire rhythm. Still completely exposed. Still can't get a clear shot, and BTR, they decided that they're just gonna start moving away. They've stayed around long enough.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic decision made here by Bigatron Delta. Don't really beat a dead horse, right? I mean, yes, you may focus for 1 extra point, but you never know who's going to be rotating into the compound next, and you're going to get caught with your pants down. There's not a lot of loot left there in that compound. I mean, they've picked up whatever they can pick up from the area. So off they go. Smart play by the Indonesians. We'll catch up with them in a little bit. But the split up rotation here from the side of RRQ could be great or could go south here. But for the time being, they do manage to find the connection onto On Fire. Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses. On Fire picked up though. So great recovery from the rest of Falcons. But RRQ coming in for the push just with a duo. And they just need to wait a little bit for the rest of their partners. I don't know if this timing is going to be good.
Trying to find an angle. What a shot by one more. That's your entire support line devastated by Falcons, and Carrero knows they're gonna break down all the blue walls. Carrero and Peter go for the rush onto Razor. Abe coming in from the flank to back him up. Actually takes out Peter. Razor in danger, puts up the blue wall in time. Falcons want to rush him down, but RQ Kazu somehow hanging on by a thread. On Fire in close combat, loses to Razor, and Carrero finally finds the trade, but Razor takes him out. RRQ Kazu outlasting Falcons.
Yeah, the footwork was just amazing coming through from RRQ. I mean, in close combat up against Falcons, they just could not find those beautiful shots. And Ma'al just in the right place at the right time for that M82B connection. And Falcons, who looked like the better one to find the engagement and the annihilation, they met a sturdy little RRQ who out-survived them. Just the duo, just hopping around, buying enough time for the other 2 to catch up. And as a squad, they smashed Falcons, but the team's not out just yet.
That is also considering that they took out the sniper player from RQ Kazu and they still got ran down.
Yeah.
Speaking about being ran down, Sci-Fi still no chance in that. I'll be finding the elimination instantly. They will instantly revive Sci-Fi. Let's see if Heavy is going to stick around for any longer. The Visor in hands of Kabi. You're taking the big damage. Kabi gets shot by Stab from the side. A bit of a secure going over to AG Global. Not wanting to lose too much to Heavy.
Yeah, smart play coming through from Stop. Yes, jumping out the window on the right-hand side to find the guy that's on the awning. Ethan, on the other hand, eats a grenade. Not a huge amount of damage just yet, but Dew has got the right gun in that situation. The Tatsuya helps him get away in the nick of time as he needed to reload. Ethan, on the other hand, trying to hang on, take Stop out of the equation, tagged up, Stop a sliver of health, and he makes one big mistake by still continuing that fight. 2v1, Stop goes down. Dew with the backstab with the Trogon, meets 3 players, tags up hard, actually knocks him to the ground. Get Nice meets him halfway through. Trogon versus Trogon. Dew did not recover in time.
Oh, not at all.
Oh my
God.
God.
Sirens. Wow, Get Nice. What a shot. Just
kill.
outdoing Caramel. I mean, he is having a fantastic game so far. 8 eliminations for Heavy, still counting, but having enough time to make it through the blue zone for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens once, you could call it luck, but Heavy has met AG Global twice in a fair fight, and they have just destroyed them. 8 eliminations, strong Heavy. This is something that is a shocker of a start for them. Let's see if they can keep this one up though. Hua Esports trickling in one by one. Poppy on the right-hand side flank trying to deal with Limit. Jump God caught out from the open, and Poppy was in the right place at the right time. Jump God just did not lay that final glue wall to protect himself. Foon God Bison meets 3 players at the same time. He goes down as well. Attack all around is being crushed.
Limit wants to go for interception, and Pokey actually is around as well. They do get rid of him though. Now Limit finds himself in a horrible spot. He is nowhere out. Takes the launch pad. Oh, what a risky blue shot out of the sky, and it's going to be attack all around. Being the first team to get eliminated.
And it was Hua Esports to get it done. I mean, fantastic revenge sought out here by Hua Esports up against Limit and Squad, who were initially winning that encounter. And Limit with the sharp shots with the Car 98, not even his preferred gun. We'll catch up and see exactly what they can do in this next matchup. Attack all around. Unfortunate. The early exit. Off screen, Buriram finding a couple of players on the side of GOW as well.
Maybe a cooldown period for Hua Esports, at least for now. They've got plenty of room to work with and not really having to worry about the blue zone, which is the best part right now. But there is a chance that, high chance that the next circle actually will close towards the mainland. So they are already at the right side of the map. 11 teams left and 9.5 minutes in. Feels like we might go back to the game 1 situation where we get to the finals, the final few circles, and there are just too many teams.
You gotta love what the devs do with the game. The meta just keeps getting updated. At one point, the portal goals were just causing too much of chaos. The rotations were just way too quick, and players were getting, super aggressive with the extra coins on the battlefield. But now with the pace slowed down, everybody just gets to gather their thoughts and approach these situations much better. What a Riptide Rhythm! And Wasana could not pick up Get High just yet. The Riptide Rhythm after Riptide Rhythm. Wasana says bye-bye Get High. You just have to get revived a little bit later on. Moshi joins the fray as well. From the opposite side is actually Hua Esports crushing Buriram.
Wow, 3 Riptide Rhythms in a row. There is no way that VRU could have defended that spot. Now they not only have to worry about Hua Esports, they gotta worry about RQ Kazu, who wants their spot, because that is the only refuge that they can find. Tough spot to be in. I mean, even WAG got wiped out in the 11th spot.
Smart rotation from RRQ. They don't want to deal with Buriram. Well, they don't know who's in that house, but whoever it was, they were just not in the shape to take a gunfight. Isa, P90. Just needs to wait for Dew to get closer, but Dew is just so annoying with those shots. Has got the throw gun as well. My goodness, thank goodness that second grenade did not make that connection. And as anticipated, as he got close, Isa wins out the gunfight. But from afar, Stop does manage to follow up with that shot, with the shotgun of all things. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Dangerous territories right now. Bigatron Delta, seeing Heavy driving by, and Heavy so far is the team with the most eliminations, right? 8 under the belt, full team still alive, vehicles to work with. One of the first few teams to get into the circle as well. Bigatron Delta will have to make a bit of a detour towards the southern side, but that's where Falcons are.
Heavy up against Twisted Minds potentially, depending on who steps out of their compound first. Bigatron Delta up against Falcons. Oh goodness, the Falcons Hunters approaching the prey. This is not good for Falcons at all. It was not the best of starts for them in that first game. Only 1 placement point, but very aggressive with the eliminations. They managed to pick up 8 for a total of 9. But if they falter here, it's going to be 2 average games that they have brought in at the start of day 2. I don't think the Rams will like it.
Okay, say for Mao, man just got shot all the way down from the skies. No chance to survive that. Well, Peter stole it. That's not really nice. He's got Peter. See Bigatron Delta, can they punish him though? Gonna start with the Hua against AG Global on the other side. I mean, Hua is just tearing up a storm. AG Global took no chance at all, and once more is Dew as the last survivor.
Unfortunate. I mean, it pains me to say, but Dew really needs a little bit more solid backup that can play with him at his pace. A wasted opportunity because he's one of the best snipers out there on this battlefield. Hua Esports now. Good grenade. RRQ out. My goodness, I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, big switch around, big turnaround. An opportunity for BRU right now. Not only did their biggest contender get wiped out very early in nice spot, BRU have a chance to bring the teammates back. Perhaps snag their own booyah for the day.
Be finding Ekal. That's the right player from the side of Bigatron that you want to find if you are forced into a battle. Once Ekal's out, the confidence level drastically drops for the side of Bigatron Delta, but it looks like there was no confirmation, so Ekal is right back up on his feet. So GW just making a little bit of noise here. He was up against Twisted Minds. who are pretty much close to the center of this next circle. GOW out thanks to the circle. Diamond's gonna be tagged up by the grenade. Nameless down. Gaday's grenade actually connects.
Could be bad news.
One more!
Nice. Let's see. One more. Taking out Ekao off screen. It's about to get really messy. Evil Divine with the casting electrotherapy. Play around the corner. And this is not good. Distant Minds trapped in their own tent. Blue wall is about to be melted very soon. The blue wall melted. Fender from the Evil Divine. Here comes the siege. Right in the house. And Gaday ends it all. Takes himself out. But at the cost of just one, they find 3. Maybe more. Twisted Minds not having a chance at all. Big Son Delta comes in to try to third party this with the full squad, but Ray loses the fight. Koja now in the building. Evil's Divine did all the hard work only for Bigatron Delta to attempt to take it off from them.
And Bigatron Delta chose to shoot at the right player first. The grenade launcher taken out, the bomber Gaday, the problem taken out of this equation. Hua Esports tried their best to take advantage, but are smarter than that. They very quickly back away, afraid that Bigatron Delta may respond with those grenades, because the grenade launcher that was in the hands of Gaday now picked up by Bigatron Delta. Gatekeeping Hua Esports won't be a problem, so if the Vietnamese team wants to stay alive, they have to make a long rotation around. Falcons, on the other hand, taking an open fight up against Heavy, but Kabi gets one knock with the grenade. Get Nice as well, gets the confirmation. Karoro bleeding out. Split to get the confirmation. Do they find the connection though? Get Nice with the Groza. Yes, he does. Falcons hurt so badly by Heavy.
Heavy can wipe out Falcons right now. They put themselves in a very good spot of winning the whole thing. And look at Heavy. They got so much map control. And Falcons about to meet their demise. The third member ran into Hua Esports, and that is just a no-go. Bigatron Delta in front of the members of Heavy. Let's see if On Fire can make a difference. Tatsuya Dash is going to try to reposition himself. Bigatron Delta ignored by Heavy. Where are they going to go towards? Maybe towards the right side of the map to deal with Hua Esports first.
Are we going to see the very first booyah here at Purgatory for Heavy? Bigatron Delta has got 2 to their name thus far. Hua Esports has got 1. Heavy has got none. They just need to stay alive for a little bit longer. 40% potential win rate here for the side of Heavy. All they need to do is outlast Bigatron Delta, pummeling them with those grenade launches. Koja tagging up 2 players at the same time, trying to go for the confirmation as well. On the opposite side, Get Nice desperately trying to pick up Cubby. Poppy helps out Heavy by taking the knockout against Bigatron Delta.
Very good opportunity right now for Hua Esports to cement themselves as one of the contenders in this point rush. Highest win rate as well, according to AI prediction. Bigatron Delta left 2 members. And maybe down to 1 pretty soon, and they let this continue. Trying to bombard Hua Esports. Heavy does have decent spacing to work with. If you're Hua Esports, you probably would want to look for Heavy first. You want to establish control over these long-range sentries.
But if Hua makes that open rotation, Bigatron Delta can take advantage. FJL shot from Bigatron towards Heavy. That's going to put them at a disadvantage. They open up yet another glue wall straight towards the side of Bigatron Delta. But here comes the push from Hua Esports, using the timing really well. Hans running straight towards his opponents and takes the drop onto death. Great play from Hans. And are they going to get pummeled? No. Get Nice with the backstab. Kyong meets him halfway. Bigatron Delta fails to interfere. Get Nice hops on in as well. In a 1v2. Poppy tagged up from the back, but Get Nice shot by Bigatron Delta. Now it's a 2v2 between Indonesia and Vietnam.
Let's see Hua Poppy gonna take advantage of this. Knocks down Yanbin. And it's gonna be Deeks and Kyong. Poppy saw his teammate in front but can't get to him. Poppy get knocked down. Electrotherapy too strong. Bigatron Delta doing the second booyah for Indonesia in this point rush.
Well, I asked a very, very bitter question, and they have had the most sweetest of answers. Was yesterday a fluke? Can they go back to winning today? Bigatron says, hell yes, we can. What a recovery after the first game, picking up a total of 13 points. Now they shoot up to the top. 12 points claimed just from the booyah alone. Placement points galore for Bigatron Delta. Annihilations through those eliminations were definitely in play there. And now we can for sure say Indonesia is going to give Thailand a run for their money.
I think if you are Bigatron Delta right now, you're going to be very happy to be able to put up such a fight against all of the teams, right? Like, we looked at the game 1 and we said that RQ Kazu looks the most polished. Bigatron Delta also has their own flair in conducting some of these rounds. Just very clean, no big flashy moves, and a whole lot of micromanaging. I think Ekao really giving a lot of those Clips shot calls that allow BTR to function like a machine.
I mean, I am mind blown. I'm mind blown with what they have been able to achieve for themselves. And with this victory, they will be able to shoot up to that number 1 spot for sure. Biggest question is, what's the distance now between Bigatron and RRQ? I didn't take note of how many points RRQ had when they got eliminated earlier, so there's going to be a little bit of a question mark until we see the leaderboard for Purgatory. Overall, we did identify that there is a huge potential for the Thai teams to dominate Purgatory because that's what history has told us. But Buriram, AG Global, both falter. The 3rd and 4th strongest teams managed to take the place in that final circle instead. Sorry, actually, Bigatron Delta was the only one that managed to take place in that final circle. Even RRQ faltered a tad bit there. A huge surprise here in the second map.
I think them and RRQ, not RRQ. I think them as well as Heavy. So maybe pretty far towards the very end, right? I mean, Heavy had a pretty nasty game. But just could not close it out. But Team Falcons, oh boy. They have some very high elimination counts for sure, and that's always beneficial, but you gotta really clean up that mid game because they never made it past that mid game, which could have given them more precious placement points.
Attack all around wasn't too lucky as well as Hua Esports met them. I mean, Vietnam definitely made a lot of noise on Purgatory. That was a huge surprise. Even GOW, you know, with the way they were taking some of these gunfights, very surprising. The tenacity out of the Vietnamese squads. You know, I don't know who had what conversation with them. Maybe it was Yun Sol just screaming at them, saying, dudes, you guys didn't allow me to interview anyone on the stage yesterday. You better get a booyah today. And you know, when a woman screams at you, you just gotta listen, bro.
Now, well, I mean, to be fair, Yusu gets to do all the interviews because she's there, right there in Surabaya. So, you know, nothing to complain about. Finally, after 6 weeks of not knowing whether you even be on cam with all that you know effort put into your attire, we get to talk to Indonesia though. Would be nice if we get a Vietnam team on the stage. I agree, but I mean, you play in Surabaya, you play in Indonesia, you know how crazy those guys can get, and so far they are showing that.
Absolutely. I mean, they're most definitely showing that the home ground buff is a thing. EVOS Divine hasn't been able to make anything out of it, though, so that's just a little bit of a surprise for me. But of course, the interview segment, let's see what the boys have to say.
Survivors, mana suaranya?
Another victory for the Indonesia team. Welcome, Bigatron Delta Esports. And how I would say, I was so stunned after that situation. How would you and your teammates, only 2 members left, can handle 2 other teams?
Gimana caranya kalian tersisa 2 orang, tapi kalian bisa handle tersisa tim-tim tersisa saat di final fight?
Kalau kita komunikasi sama saling percaya diri, pede aja, udah.
Focus with communication and trust each other.
Yes, I agree. Trust each other in a gameplay is very important with a team, right, you guys? So, I saw you guys always have a type like this on your hand. What is that for?
Dia tanya ini tuh fungsinya untuk apa? Kalian pakai ini untuk bermain?
Cuma buat biar anget aja sih, biar enak.
Oh, just make hand to hold. And
so it's warmer.
Yes.
Is it cold up there? Is it cold up there?
Yeah.
Really cold, right?
Yeah. I think really cold. And I have one question for how confident are you to get the trophy because you are the champion in the tournament local? Seberapa percaya diri kalian buat dapetin trofi juara di season ini?
100% kita bakal juara di sini.
What 100%? We will get a champion this tournament.
That's very confident, 100%. I can assume like that too because this is their second booyah in the progress stage already. So what is your goal today? What ranking will you look at?
Apa goals kalian hari ini, target kalian hari ini? Apakah dari segi posisi ada?
Yang pasti target kita number 1.
Yes, our target is number 1 in the overall standing, of course.
Number 1. I think this is the most confident team I've ever seen. But after this booyah, I think this is the victory that they deserve. And also, they have the right to be that confident, right? Again, congratulations, Bigatron Delta Esports.
Yes.
for having this second booyah. Today, I think Indonesian is dominate the point right now, you guys. They are really strong.
Oh, thank you so much. So, survivors, mana tepuk tangannya? Oh, wow.
I feel so hot right here.
I think, wow, I feel hot as well. Goodness
Now,
me, the
let's get
vibe
back to the
looking
casters.
pretty
You guys
dang
enjoyed
good
the
at
game.
the Surabaya Center. This looks awesome, right? I like the graffiti.
Yeah.
I like that space looks so much wider than I first thought it is. But man,
Yep.
good to see that a live audience can really shake up the atmosphere. But Indonesia really firing up because a year ago they did have a local team win a trophy. Was it a year ago or 2 years ago? I don't remember, but it has happened before, and this could be one of those times.
It's great if you are a pro team in the world of Free Fire. It's a fantastic time for you, especially for Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia as a whole, right? Even on the global stage, Southeast Asia making a lot of noise. If you're from Malaysia, though, and both of us are from Malaysia, it's not a great time here. Those teams really need to step it up, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure we're going to be sending them over to boot camp so that next year Malaysia can make a very strong presence, be known and heard and felt all throughout the world of Free Fire. For now, we'll leave them out of it just so that they can envy these other teams that are really kicking it up to a whole other level. I mean, you're looking at teams that usually don't make so much of noise, confidently going out there and just ripping away these points from their opponents. Kyong, 4 eliminations, 2,662 on the damage, 6 assists. This man did a lot.
Absolutely. I mean, it's probably the first time in a long time that we don't have a Malaysian representative in the top 12. But for Kyong, and had a field day in this game, and surprisingly enough, BTR isn't really the most aggressive team. They kind of prefer you to come at them. You know, they want to take the punishment and then they turn it around on you. And you can see from the lineup that they have, right? The loadout. They got the Skylar, they got the double A124 and a Cassie. For them, it's not about fighting, but is to be able to turn a bad situation into a positive one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Bigatron Delta, the team that has, tried and tested many other teams out there on the battlefield, they know exactly what they're going for. They've learned their rotations, they've learned the capabilities of the other squads, and they know exactly what sort of fights they can take. Most of them running the Joseph as well as Nairi on their side. Nairi a little bit surprising, but I guess it's a very defensive heavy squad. This is one of the main teams that actually, one of the few teams that runs quite a number of those Nairis out there. Now, I don't know if or not these stats are accurate for the side of Ikal, because with 0 damage in there, there's a potential that, he was having a few issues, or we have got a problem with the graphics overall. But 5 eliminations out of Koja, 4 from Kyong, 3 from Diggs. Bigatron Delta, not a very noisy round this time around.
No, not really, but done more than enough to secure the booyah. But we still got to give props to Hua Esports. Like Pop getting 7 eliminations, Def getting 5. Was Moshi on the board as well. BRU so far not as solid as yesterday. And I'm just looking purely on the placements, right? Like yesterday, top 2 is the only acceptable result. But in the first 2 rounds, no top 2 finish for BRU. All the other teams are stepping up, and BRU, admittedly, was struggling a little bit.
So yeah, I mean, today Buriram is just having one of those days where they're not making a lot of noise, but I wouldn't count them out just yet, because just their average amount of noise is still overwhelming for a lot of those teams to deal with. But we'll catch up with their stats in a little bit. 7 knockdowns from Koja. Man, obviously out there, pretty aggressive. Due 5 times on the revives for the teammates. AG Global, I want to see a little bit of a roster change for them. This is a heavy potential squad that is struggling unnecessarily out there at this point of time. But Hua Esports, 25 points, 16 eliminations from the second spot. They rip away that number 1 place from Bigatron Delta.
So far, I'd say if you are in the top 5, you are still pretty close to first spot. But again, Hua Esports having a monstrous round overall, especially when you look at the overall standings right now, right? Bigatron Delta, clearly consistent team, now taking away the first spot from RRQ Kazu. And at the same time, you got Hua Esports and BRU tackle around, and then Heavy. So the first page looking pretty solid.
I mean, it's a little bit of a surprise here, right? I'm in love. I'm at the same time, I'm a little bit in shock because the teams that I'm expecting to step up here today, some of them are heavy, unexpected. I want that consistency out of them, and it seems this is a very different form of heavy altogether, right? Very aggressive and very, very efficient with those gunfights as well.
I really am liking the flavor that some of the teams are bringing in, especially when in these drawn-out fights, right? A lot more patient than I am used to, but it is an improvement that I always welcome.
Yeah, it's an important day, and none of them want to go and make a few of those extra mistakes that's unnecessary out there on the battlefield. Every point matters, and the points that they give away to the other teams matters as well, even though those revives are so much more possible now with the coins and the pocket market, and you may be able to get to a vending machine and hit that multi-revive, but nobody wants to get pushed into a situation like that. Everybody prefers to, of course, gather that loot, get into that final sequence battle. RRQ in the past 2 games, they've shown us that they are preferring a slower route towards that final circle, but I don't know if it's working out perfectly for them. I want to see the aggressive RRQ once again. Will we actually get that? We'll have to find out when we come back from a short break.
Aku kebelet dia.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebetulan.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena WTN udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with Husky. Day 2 of Point Rush. 2 games have elapsed, and at the very top stays 2 teams from Indonesia. Home ground advantage is definitely a thing at the moment. Bigatron Delta leading the fray with RRQ right behind them. Both of them have got a booyah each already, Husky.
Yeah, we talk about how they were basically behind each other. They're at each other's tails by the end of yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And right now, they are starting to kind of pull ahead of the competition. And if they can keep this up, maybe they can set a very good storyline for tomorrow's grand finals. But just a quick recap on where we are at right now. RQ Kazu getting the first booyah on Bermuda, followed by Bigatron Delta getting the booyah on Purgatory. Gonna head into Alpine next. And that's where the Thai teams will start to step up. This is their comfort zone. We'll see if teams like BRU, if teams like AG Global will start striking back hard.
Yeah, the shocking factor here is also the fact that Hua Esports is on the 3rd spot, right? With a total of 29 points, just 1 point behind RRQ. They literally are above Buriram, not by a lot, but at the end of the day, that still does matter. Attack All Around and Heavy are in the top 6 as well, right? So some of these teams that we definitely wanted to see more from, especially Hua and Heavy, they are out here, they're getting the job done. Attack All Around is picking up those desperate points as well that we needed them to get before heading into the final day tomorrow, that is Sunday. But as we set up game number 3 at Alpine, Buriram, RRQ, Attack All Around, these 3 names will come up again if Attack All Around can use this to their advantage, because it's a map that they can most definitely show up with strong points, right? If they can bring that up, then top 3 is a guarantee here, Aski.
Even RQ is looking pretty good, a 2nd place again, but this one is a bit of a landslide for PRU. They are more than 100 points ahead of RRQ Kazu, despite only having a 1 booyah difference. And again, if there's any map you can expect PRU to score a big jackpot, this is definitely it. But with how the first 2 rounds have gone so far, wouldn't count on that too much, right? I feel like teams have been really able to adapt to BRU's movements, and BRU getting caught out in these mid-game rotations a bit too often.
And this is not really gonna fare them well if they can't find a solution for it, because obviously today you falter, you don't get these bonus points. Perhaps it's not the end just yet, but tomorrow on the most important day, 6 games, 6 opportunities, you have to grab each and every single one of them, whether or not you have those bonus points on your side. So if those mistakes are a problem today, tomorrow they most definitely will be devastating. So for the teams that just can't seem to find their rhythm just yet, and surprisingly, part of those teams are teams like Twisted Minds, AG Global, Falcons themselves are not finding that rhythm just yet.
Yeah, maybe it's maybe it's because of the home ground buff for Indonesia, right? It becomes a debuff for the Thai teams. They all are still trying to find the stride. But as you hear the sirens, means that it's time for us to depart and head all the way towards Alpine. Maybe the face will change a little bit for the Thai teams, because it seems like they're well more equipped to fight in the snowy plains.
Let's see what the boys can get done on Alpine, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on whether or not even in the first place, Buriram is going to find a little bit of recovery. Yesterday, they were phenomenally consistent. Today, on the other hand, is a little bit of a slow day. That's a little worrisome if you are a Buriram fan. You do not want the dip towards the grand finals to be in this way, because history tells us from the past 2 tournaments, Buriram has not shown up strong on that final day of any of these tournaments.
Yeah, not really. Not with, I think, even throughout the past few tournaments, the target on the back used to be, like, the BRU used to be the premier team to take out. Like, I can lose the round, but if I take out BRU, I'm a hero. But I think that has kind of changed a little bit right now with so many other tight contenders. BRU is no longer the only primary target. But that means that it's also tougher for them to just steamroll everyone else because every other team is just as strong.
Atron Delta with the pocket market, and obviously they've been able to rock that. Their aggressive plays early game would not be possible without the pocket market. The capability to bring your team members back in when you are in a pinch and not near a vending machine is for sure a game changer. But of course, a tad bit more expensive now. They just have to use it a little bit more wisely. And that's the main reason why the pacing has slowed down so much for the teams out there.
Even with and not to mention, right, the increase in prices for the portal go. Now teams that really, slow down a lot more. You can still get a bit of these ambushes going on, but man, not being able to instantly appear behind your opponents does feel a little bit bad. We did see Jordan get a first blood at the round. I believe onto heavy as they encroach on the territory. A bit of an unfortunate overlap. Look at the expansion of BRU. They are taking control of so much spots.
Well, she's just trying to learn how to drive. Man has a license in real life, but the Free Fire license is a little bit different. And thus far is on a scouting mission. Very dangerous, but has got the powerful in hand, so if he does get dropped in a pinch, he should be able to defend himself long enough for the rest of the team members to catch up with him. Just trying to make sure the perimeter is clear before they continue their looting progress. Falcons, on the other hand, spotting out Hua Esports. Hua Esports responding with a couple of shots, gathering up their players, making sure they play the numbers really well here. One is on a flank. Problem is, we haven't been able to spot out exactly where he is positioned. But there he is.
Let's see. Yami has spotted the right initial shots fired on fire, not landing any of it. So Hua was getting away lightly, still missing his shots. That's not a pretty weird opening. But that does give Hua Esports some extra time to recompose themselves. And now on fire is going to get rushed. Good glue wall to prevent the angle from the window. That could have been disastrous, but still a trade back. Hua rushing in.
Oh my goodness, Falcons, Karoro, the final player here. And I think they just got back. Falcons out in 12.
Oh man, wow. Yeah, one more is going to be beating himself over that. As Ikao tried to save his team. Another opportunity for him to be the savior. Still at the doorstep, managed to patch himself up. Ikao got to take this 1v1, not landing his shots. The pump not coming through, the connection not there. Ikao from the corner goes down. And right off the bat, we just lost 2 teams, AJ.
Two big teams, Falcons out, Bigatron Delta, the Booyah winners out. My God, what in the world is going on? Now attack all around up against WAG. Vietnam trying to be able to stand strong, scream as loud as they can that they are here to dominate and attack all around out.
What? What is happening on Alpine? How is this a thing? Why do we have 3 teams fighting in the first 4 minutes? Well, 16 fighting in the first 4 minutes, and we lost 3 of them.
Maybe
number 4, AG Global, next on the list. And Cypher not wanting to fall victim. A tree on the way out, and that could be his death.
That is definitely his death. Demon, he got topped right back up with that Cassie Link. Beautiful stuff coming through. GOW mowing down AG Global, but 2 more players were up earlier. They are out of this compound already. Caramel bringing stop right back in. AG Global desperately trying to hang on.
That's definitely not the opening that I was expecting. Some teams are just a lot more bloodthirsty right now.
Yeah.
Really catching their opponents off. So AG Global, the next team to take damage. Kabi, found by Diamond. Twisted Minds now showing some pressure on the kill feed.
Whew, Vietnam dominating up top. AG Global very lucky because it was really close that GOW was about to wipe them out. And if that had actually happened, it would be 3 Vietnamese teams dominating the start of this Alpine game. which would have been beautiful to watch. WAG now, close proximity with EVOS Divine. 3 players on the side of WAG. We've seen the rotations in the past. X-Ball backing them up, keeping an eye on the back lines as they rotate away, using the natural terrain as the defense, not wasting those glue walls just yet.
Definitely not. For Heavy, they are going to go through these railroads. They might see RRQ Kazu right in front of them. And of course, they're sort of backtracking. Get nice, just absolutely get shot in the face. Dudes will just follow forward on top of the roof. That is a lot of coverage that RRQ Kazu has gotten for themselves. Now, I wouldn't put it past Dudes though. Look at his game 1 performance. He's repeating that again. All these instant shots. Get nice to no chance.
No chance at all. My goodness. What's happening to this game, man? It's all-out chaos. RRQ versus Heavy. Come on. If Heavy actually pulls this off, it is going to be phenomenal. They were very aggressive in the previous match. Kabi has got the right gun in his hand. Han stacked up. And Abe will get the job done here. Kabi has been spotted out by Dutch. That AC-80 just needs 2 shots on connection. Razor already on that rotation alongside Abe. And this looks like it might just be over for Heavy in terms of aggression. Revival's not going to come on through. Kabi goes down. 3rd player out. Heavy on their final lifeline.
Tough. Heavy right now on a roll. We talk about Dudes having one of the best times in today. Even in the last round where they didn't get the booyah, it really doesn't matter. AG Global going for a full revive. GOW on the radar with 5 eliminations so far. I mean, the hierarchy is being drawn so fast. Some teams are really just stepping up.
Oh my. GOW up top. Hua up top. WAG up top. My goodness. Oh, this is something we did not expect. Now the 3 Vietnamese teams just tagging each other up. Trading spots in the top 3. I want to see if they can maintain this all the way to the end. It's not going to be easy though. These teams are on a looting spree, especially teams like Twisted Minds. The stronger they get, the more difficult they will be to touch when the circle gets a little bit smaller. But what's good is the numbers have been thinned down. We don't get as much as a chaos if this is going to continue for the next 2 circles.
Let's see. I mean, for Twisted Minds, they kind of poked their head in a little bit, but there wasn't really much follow-up. I feel like they didn't want to get too engaged. The commotion did die down after the first 3 minutes. As now with so less teams and so much ground to cover, they taking advantage of all the space that they can get.
What a spot. Oh, wasn't expecting that. Oh my goodness. The clash between Thailand and Indonesia. Ma'al moving too far out forward. He's the sniper of the squad. That's not where he's supposed to be. Oh, there you go. There you go. Backs away. Tagged up from the back though. 45 HP. Exposi approaches.
What?
And he takes advantage. The shots to the back with the Drogon. Ma'al halfway being picked up. Nameless stops him dead in his tracks. That goes down as well. Abe can't pick him up just yet. Pocket Market comes out. Come back, my friend, he says. And then he gets wiped out. Potentially Razor sprayed down. Abe trying to fly away. Instead of buying his team member back, he actually gets a launch pad, launches himself to safety. Question is, has he managed to clear out the way and make sure nobody gets the pursuit on him?
I think he did. I think that was a very risky but needed call. Abe, you had a better chance of just getting out with your life and keeping all your weapons than going for mass revive and your team is having nothing. But now the question is, how is he going to get the rest of the team back? Coins to work with when he made the great escape. And then for Twisted Minds, locked and loaded, they can continue the run into the circle, which is literally right in front of them.
This is a little bit of a curious situation as to why he decided to do what he did. But we'll wait and see exactly how RRQ recovers from the situation. 2 Vietnamese teams, 3 Vietnamese teams right in front of us. Wanted to say 2 outside the circle. They are outside the circle, but I wonder if all 3 will start interacting shortly. Krillin has clearly spotted out Vithan on that rotation. Has that 1 shot connected. Vithan hasn't recovered just yet. That's going to be a little dangerous. WAG not wanting to take a lot of damage from the blue as well. Just keeping at the very edge of it. Krillin, the only one being a tad bit cheeky.
I think if you're WAG, you can just keep running inwards. They eventually will have to catch out GOW. Oh, did they see that? That launch dangerously close. I think WAG smells something. Smell that something is up. And GOW, they're running straight at WAG.
Yeah, unfortunately, all three teams need to actually run a little bit faster because here comes the circle. Heavy is right there. GOW taking the initial shots first, but Heavy is going to catch GOW off guard if they do not stop and focus on their own defensive game. GOW in a lot of trouble. Hua Esports in the vicinity as well. AG Global on the approach, so Hua Esports is probably going to be a tad bit distracted. Too distracted to jump into this engagement. RRQ may drop by to interfere, but their loot is not too much. So it's going to be an all-out Vietnamese showfest here shortly.
It's going to be for sure. GOW taking a lot more control. Raise across, sleeping at the wheel.
Triple kill.
Looking at the wrong spot. Completely blindsided by Demon.
Man was digging for mushrooms on the ground to heal himself. Couldn't pick it up in time. GOW was probably wondering what in the world Razor was doing. Now that's from afar. Has got the AWM for the response, but could not take an accurate shot. Gets sprayed down by Dian. GOW still on fire.
Yeah, on a warpath right now. And taking the launch pad, that is such an aggressive move. GOW continues inwards. WAG right in front of them. This is going to be so dangerous. But on the other end, you also got BRU and Twisted Minds. A stare down across the plains.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that GOW move right there. EVOS Divine has a open shooting range up against them as well. That line of sight is clear. But Heavy knocking down a player from the side of Twisted Minds. WAG up against GOW. The grenade launches have come out. EVOS Divine shooting a Riptide Rhythm towards WAG as well, breaking down the defenses. That opens up the right-hand side for Iza to play around with, but he's not flanking just yet. Backing away towards the left. EVOS Divine jumping on in, led by AimGod. AimGod taking the first shot. Krillin down on the ground already. They can steal this point away. Dian now bleeding out. Back and forth between the two Vietnamese squads, and Indonesia trying to interfere.
Demon able to bring him back up, and now Tun's going to take the front line. It's a 12-man brawl. EVOS Divine trying to pick up the scraps, but could not get any ABACs. In fact, getting gunned down. Could they just get a nade onto Dian? Then the ABAC needs help, couldn't find it. AimGod just too occupied. Hua Esports now might just join in. This is just going to get Mestia and Mestia. Today gets into the building, gets absolutely sprayed down by Cyrus. EVOS Divine with no chance, but AimGod aims to change that.
What?
Can't do enough against Cyrus though. At the end of the day, it's WAG out surviving against multiple teams. But thank goodness for Ray from behind. Takes out WAG to end their reign of terror.
Oh, Ray saving the day, showing up at the right time. But GOW said hasta la vista a little bit earlier on, went in towards the safe zone. Now they are in a safe spot. They don't need to rotate out, but they need to deal with their brothers from Vietnam. Hua Esports leading the lobby with the most number of eliminations, opening things up with the grenade first. GOW doesn't want to stay and play. They run away instead. Now in close proximity with RRQ, but they've got the best defensive spot out there in the next circle.
See, they can just wait out the storm because Hua Esports, they gotta keep EVOS Divine away, and they know this, right? They have plenty of info. EVOS Divine will have to start moving, and not really much places to move. So Hua Esports, they will take the initiative, put pressure on EVOS Divine, see what they do, take the launch pad down the middle, off you go, behind the boulder of all places. And that is not only going to put them in the crosshairs of Hua, but you also got Twisted Minds go on.
In GOW, how long can they hang on here? AG Global doesn't seem like they want to get aggressive just yet. One bed, beautiful knock. ABAC's down on the ground. The Woodpecker is not going to find the follow-up here. No M82B on their side as well. Death has got the AWM though. The connection with those shots just not possible. Line of sight not clear just yet. All thanks to the boulder that saves EVOS Divine. Circle now going to pressure all these teams to circle in towards GOW.
A tough situation to be in. I mean, even for GOW, caught in the middle, right? 4 teams surrounding them. The circle closing in. Twisted Mind still not making a move just yet. Ma'ao, he's bleed out on top of that satellite tower, unfortunately.
Razor's not going to be able to pick him up just yet. Poor Ma'al. And when the circle starts to move, well, they're definitely going to be... they're not going to be left high and dry. My goodness, the circle actually finding RRQ just on the very edge of it. Caramel, grenade launcher, but man can't do much from a distance like this up against Hua Esports. Hua needs to rotate in towards the circle, and they have to come across GOW. But the thankful thing here is GOW will not be stepping out of the defenses just yet, so Hua can get a little bit closer. FGLs through the side of the wall. Very smart play here, just to make sure GOW doesn't get too cheeky. Yes, we cannot reach you with the bullets, but the ice grenade can tag you up.
It's gonna get very messy though. Wow, it's gonna be a 3-person fight, right? And even the bunker there, 3 different teams. GOW kind of caught in a rough spot. EVOS Divine might want to participate, and BRU, they are just patient. poking and prodding their way. Twisted Minds might be the target. Hua Esports circling around the corner. Caramel hiding with the grenade launcher in his hands. Maybe he can be the difference maker because Twisted Minds are under fire. Grenade helping out BRU with the grenade. Saming relocates as the rest of his teammates just get completely blown to smithereens. BRU and Evil Divine working together, taking out Twisted Minds.
But aging Global, the first one to get taken out from the Thai side. Twisted Mind's gonna be next, Saming down. And now GOW wiping the floor with Evil Divine, eliminating them in fifth. My God, Vietnam making some noise here. Hua Esports, GOW is still alive, but RRQ up top still hanging on with Razor. Buriram looking for their booyah.
They can get rid of Buriram right now. He's going to be almost a guaranteed Vietnam booyah. But unfortunately, the Vietnamese teams are taking each other out. And BRU just delightfully watching this go down. Just all too good to be true. The infighting between GOW and Hua Esports is just going to allow BRU to swoop in and claim one of the most straightforward booyahs. Hua Esports already out. BRU 7 eliminations, but they don't have to sweat too much because the rest of their adversaries are critically injured, and BRU have all the time in the world to take it all away from them.
Absolutely, RRQ still up top. Didn't have to move from this spot just yet, all thanks to this final circle. But in a few seconds, they will have to jump off or alternatively play the game of medkits. Question is on that revive, how many medkits do they actually have in hand? Isa with the Groza, tagged up already, not down just yet. Dian hanging on for his dear life as Isa drops with the Trogon in hand. Dian can't do much, surrounded by the monsters called Buriram. Now Buriram is just a game of wait and booyah for them because there's no way in hell RRQ gets this off of them.
It's a slow burn, and RRQ, what's going to be the play? Are they really going to try and play time? Maybe that is the best course scenario, but unfortunately, they are not in the center, and RRQ knows that. They're just delaying out.
I wonder how this works, Husky. If they actually stay up there, not allowing Buriram to get the points, do we see a deduction of points here from RRQ?
Oh, I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I know they can't run out of the set.
They're trying to buy as much time as possible. That's for sure.
Okay, I mean, they are blessed because, but unfortunately, getting jacked up by the FGL. The FGL, this is a hack. This is a hack. Maybe the grenades can't reach you, but my FGL shot can burn through the billboard, and now maybe that amount of damage will make the difference.
There they go. They're healing up. They're healing up. Is it really going to work out? BRU, they're burning to the blue zone as well. Oh my God. The healing gun also. Ma'ao might just be the guy that saved his team because Razor can't stand anymore. Ma'ao, he's going to take out as well. He just cannot outlast BRU, but very well attempted at the very end. BRU just ride out the way for the booyah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conflicted with how this booyah, obviously, well deserved for the side of Buriram. They were down on the ground. They were looking for those eliminations. But the question is there a penalty involved here? But RRQ technically didn't run away from the circle. But they did stay on the billboard, and there's no way anyone can shoot them from down below because of the elevation problem that you all face in a game of Free Fire. You can't look directly below or directly above and take those shots. So they...
To be fair, they did get Ma'ao did get shot.
Yeah.
They get shot in the butt like a couple of times. I mean, we'll see, right? Because I feel like it's a legal move. Like it was a sound strategy. Of course, kind of sad that BRU didn't get the point, but they won the round anyways. So congratulations to BRU playing the first booyah of today, which means, I mean, collectively in Point Rush, they've gotten 3 booyahs.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, with this Buriram booyah, that should lead them directly to the top. And this is exactly what we were talking about. It matters not that Buriram was not in that final circle in the first 2 games because their average is still way more than some of the good rounds from the teams out there, right? So, they are always going to be the Apex Predator, the threat out there for all of the other teams. And just with this one game, fantastic stuff as usual from the players that bleed brew, and the tenacity unfortunately was not available in this game.
It's pretty smart that for BRU they understood that they have to play the healing game, but all they need to do is to sneak a stray shot onto the RQ members and they just win the round. They don't even need to get the elimination because taking away the have to help our RQ members would guarantee that they go down to the blue regardless. So, I mean, either way, it's a smart play from BRU, sacrificing both Moshi and Jonah to make sure that they will be able to outlast RRQ.
I agree, man. I mean, that FGL shot was just genius. He knew they couldn't get a perfect snipe from the bottom. Moshi would have been annoyed for sure. All 4 players alive and they couldn't claim the final 2 points. Yes, they still do get the booyah. But do those 2 points make a huge difference? I guess in the grand scheme of things, it may for their standings in the overall leaderboard, looking at how close the situation is right now, right? But of course, we'll still have to wait and see what's up in terms of the performance for these teams on the other maps. For now, Alpine, as usual, as what has been proven throughout the knockout stage, it's still a map that belongs to Buriram.
Yeah, no amount of dirty tactics can win the round for you, right? BRU is just too good on that map. I mean, I suppose the 2 points would matter if we are looking at maybe the random map, and then the result was like a single-digit difference.
Yeah,
that's right. Because if they are in a good spot, then maybe you can kind of put that 2 points aside.
Yeah,
there's a cherry on top.
There's a high probability here that they jump into that number 1 spot. I think because the last time we spotted the difference in terms of points from them and that number 1 spot was just 10, right? So the eliminations that they had was decent enough. Obviously, the 12 points from the Booyah is going to make them, really happy, going to make them smile. Hua Esports performing out of nowhere today. And, we were just talking about them before heading into this match, and to see them in that final circle again, to see, in fact, so many teams from the side of Vietnam making so much noise in this map, truly beautiful. But of course, the interview for you guys, let's see exactly what the winners have to say.
Booyah for Buriram United Esports! Welcome, Jonah, to our interview stage. Okay, so let's hop into the questions immediately. I was very curious about the last situation that happens between your team and RRQ. So basically, they were on top of that building. So what was your conversation at that time? What was it about, and how would you guys handle that situation?
อยู่บนนั้นไม่ลงสักทียังไงกันนะเขาเลยอยากรู้ว่าในบุรีรัมย์ตอนนั้นน่ะที่เกิดเหตุการณ์นี้เนี่ยคุยกันยังไงสื่อสารกันยังไงแล้วรับมือกับการที่เขาอยู่บนนั้นยังไม่ลงสักทียังไง
เหมือนพวกผมชนะอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าพวกผมมีเข็มแล้วก็ยาค่อนข้างเยอะแล้วก็เราเล่นไอ้แข็งก็พยายามปาให้เพื่อนครับ
Actually, we didn't focus on their RQ because they just only 2 of them, and we have a lot of surprise, like the med kit. So we will win also, of course.
Mereka bilang saat RRQ lagi ada di atas, mereka nggak terlalu fokus dan memikirkan RRQ yang ada di atas sana. Mereka hanya fokus kepada pressure, kepada tekanan yang datang ke arah mereka. Seperti mereka harus memikirkan medkit dan sesuatu yang seperti itu. Akhirnya mereka bisa dapetin Booyah berkat itu semua.
Super confident. I like that. So you guys have been playing. This is the second day of the Pondra stage. Do you feel it's different from the knockout stage?
วันนี้เป็นวันที่2ของ Point Rush แล้วรู้สึกว่าการเล่นในวันนี้มันมีความรู้สึกแตกต่างจากตอนที่เล่นตอน knockout ไหม
ก็ค่อนข้างแตกต่างครับเพราะว่า knockout กับรอบเก็บคะแนนมันเล่นไม่เหมือนกันอยู่แล้ว
Okay, it's quite different because the knockout stage and Point Rush day is different. It have a different style of play.
Berapa dari Wasana? Permainan di knockout stage dan juga di Point Rush itu berbeda dan sudah pasti berbeda. I have questions for you. After the first 2 games, you not got Booyah, right? What's your difficulty?
เขาบอกว่า2 เกมแรกบูย่ามันไม่มาปกติมันไม่ใช่บุรีรัมย์อย่างเราแหละปกติเขาก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าอะไรคือสิ่งที่ทำให้เราไม่ได้2บูย่าแรก
วงมันค่อนข้างไกลด้วยครับแล้วก็เราเข้าไปไม่ถึงวงแล้วเราก็ตายครับก็เลยเอาขอบวงดีกว่า
Okay, so it's because of the circle is far from them and it's very hard to get into it. So they change their plans to focus on the elimination.
Oke, ternyata beberapa kali mereka tuh kesulitan perihal zona. Di mana zonanya tuh terlalu jauh dari tempat mereka berada sehingga mereka sedikit kesulitan untuk bisa dapetin Booyah.
That's a nice way of tactic that Thai teams always play. Okay, so one more question before we go back to our gameplay. As a Thai team, I know that Thai region is really strong and most of them are dominated. So how many Thai teams you think will join the global this time?
คิดว่าจะมีทีมไทยอะกี่ทีมที่จะได้ไปบราซิล
ผมก็อยากให้เข้าทั้ง5เลยครับ
We want all of us to go to the Brazil, like 5 of us.
All?
Yeah, we want.
Wasana percaya kalau semua tim Thailand itu bisa berangkat nanti di turnamen globalnya. Apakah benar? Kita lihat nanti.
Well, they play together as a very closest country, right? Thank you, Jonah, and I hope that I can see Buriram everywhere in the Booyah board. Now, let's head back to the caster and start our game. Thank you.
How impossible is it to have all of the Thai teams go to global finals? Not impossible at all. All they need to do is just deliver on those points. Top 8, they do get their slots. AG Global, though, they need to find their footing quite a little bit, but I rather them make those mistakes here today than show up on Championship Sunday and then falter, right? At least today, they get to understand exactly where they're not showing up and make those little bits of pieces of adjustments before playing on the most important day. I mean, yes, the prize pool is very healthy here at FFWS SEA, but we also want to prove the dominance for our own individual regions. And if Vietnam can make some sort of magic happen, Husky, I'll be pretty pleased to watch that too.
Yeah, they are definitely making steps, right? Like they are getting closer and closer to that moment. It's just a matter of when and not how. In this case, for BRU, definitely having a slower start. Jonah coming in with only 3 eliminations. Again, it's a way slower game than the BRU that we are used to. But either way, still a pretty good showing, right? Like the composure towards the very end, basically utilizing the situation. They were in the final circle for the longest of time. But the fact that everyone else is fighting each other made the job 10 times easier for BRU.
Yeah, but I mean, big respect to Jonah overall. Yes, he is the MVP this time around, but in the past few competitions, we haven't really seen him being the heaviest hitter of the squad, which was very concerning because when you're the leader and you're personally not getting the job done out there, perhaps the respect is going to take a dip. But his adjustments, his focus on the game of Free Fire is one such whereas, yes, all he needs to do is acknowledge that he's not giving it his best. He just turns it around instantly, right? But not a massive game of eliminations this time around. In the overall grand scheme of the squad, I mean, 10 eliminations is a very soft game for Buriram. The bigger consideration is going to be what their consistency is like with the #1 spot, because by the end of the day, how much of points you have collected matters not. All that matters is the position that you're in, and as long as they're in the #1 spot, getting the total 20 points as a bonus for Sunday is going to be phenomenal, massive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall for the side of BRU, it also comes down to like, oh, we already have 10 points from day 1. Day 2, if we can get 10 points, then great. But if we can't, let us try to keep ourselves within the top three bracket, right? Because if I can go into the next day, I can go into the grand finals with at least a minimum of 12 points, a Booyah's worth of points. I think I'm setting myself up for success, and BRU basically halfway there already.
Buriram, the team that has the least number of revives in the competition. How ridiculous is that? Sometimes we see a couple of teams out there, just a single player having like 5 revives, 6 revives. And the most number of revives Get High has hit out there thus far is actually 5. And the highest number of revives from any player on the side of Buriram is only 13. And that's Jonah, the backup player who's also the captain. And not only is he reviving his players, he's got 206 eliminations, the second top fragger of the squad, obviously led by Wasana with 227. it's just shocking, right? But of course, we look at the numbers for the other players out there as well. Death is out here making a little bit of noise, but he's not the only one from Vietnam. Demon and Tan showing up with 4 eliminations each as well.
Now having a massive performance. I mean, this entire game started off in such explosive manner. We have 3 teams wiped out, and then the Vietnamese teams just started rolling over everyone else and ended up having to fight amongst each other. So I mean, props to all of them, right? BRU simply took advantage of the situation. But if the cards were played a bit differently, I'm pretty sure that one of them would have gone to the booyah either way. So I do like what I'm seeing. I think they got the right idea, and I think the initiative was also done pretty nicely, right? Like the fact that they were willing to take advantage of teams that are not hitting their shots in such a short moment is something that is very commendable.
And that's getting the highlight for the eliminations. Isa for his damage contribution, 2,480 in total, and 6 knockdowns from Gade. Unfortunate that many of them did not get converted as eliminations. The one thing that I definitely respect about Buriram is the fact that they let go of Funa. Funa was one of the deadliest players out there on the battlefield, and he brought in quite a number of points for Buriram. But the biggest of problems with that player was he was way too aggressive. He wasn't playing with the usual style of Buriram, often going out for the rushes on his own. I mean, it kind of sounds like Wasana, but Wasana's timing is very different, right? He is leading the fray, he's leading the pack, but the rest of the players are never too far away from him to really save him from a pinch. But Funa was most of the time putting the squad into trouble. To let go of such a phenomenal player really shows you how serious Buriram is in terms of dominating this outside world. 22 points, very soft game once again, but overall grand scheme of things, they are in that number 1 spot for sure. They needed 10 points more than both Bigatron Delta as well as RRQ, with Bigatron getting kicked out with just a single point, RRQ only picking up 12. This has to be that opportunity for them to jump over.
And I think, for especially you look at around where the top 3 team, 2 of the top 3 teams didn't really have much of a round, especially Bigatron. Big opportunities for teams like Hua to kind of catch back up, right? See Hua in 2nd place, RQ barely maintains 3rd, BRU jumps all the way to 1st spot.
Wow.
Just like that.
Wow. Not for Buriram, but for Hua Esports. The recovery after the shade I threw at them, because they truly have been disappointing. After an explosive first week on the knockout stage, they have been on a downward slump. And I really don't care if they really flunk out towards the tail end of the knockout stage, because they picked up enough points on the first week to really sustain an average performance week after week to maintain their performance in the top 12 to qualify here. They falter on the first day, we'll give them that. The second day and the most important final day on Sunday, this is where they need to really rise up to the occasion. They're the number 1 seed out of Vietnam, so the expectations are very high.
Yeah, I think for it's also like, if you just put aside the fact that it used to be Team Flash, right? This could have been a even sweeter story, right? And an org that's trying to kind of rebuild itself. But again, Hua, they just keeps on surprising us. We've seen the highest of highs, the lowest of lows. But for Hua Esports, they always find a way, which I think in and of itself, it's also them understanding that we need a bit of a change to move forward. Some adjustments to the roster, but you keep some of the pillars. And right now, this version of Hua have a really good chance in giving Vietnam one of the best results on an international stage. But again, it's just point rush. So as much as I want to put them high up there, I still need to see how tomorrow is going to be. But if they can get a head start today, it would definitely elevate that expectation.
Yeah, fully agreed. We also need to, of course, take a peek into the top 3 at Kalahari. You're talking about Buriram. You're talking about Twisted Minds. You're talking about Falcons. You are talking about Thailand, acknowledging that Indonesia used to dominate this map. And when they know that there's going to be a threat that they face on a pretty much global scale, this is Southeast Asia, but you've got a massive number of teams here that are going to qualify for global later on as well. When you know they are, going to pose a threat at an important map like Kalahari, you want to step it up, and step it up they most definitely did. Even AG Global performs very well at this map. Bigatron Delta and RRQ following them, which doesn't mean that Indonesia is not going to be a threat at all. They're still going to make a little bit of noise. So the Thai teams cannot take a lazy approach to this, even though past dominance has been there.
Absolutely. I think this also sets the precedence of kind of the Thai teams. Even the power dynamic between all 5 of these representatives is ever shifting, right? Of course, BRU is kind of like the pack leader, which is expected, but everyone else is constantly changing down there. The waves are always so restless. One day you see Falcons having a field day, and the other day you're seeing Twisted Mind show up. And I think it can be this. You can say the same between Hua and Evil's Divine, who are constantly in this tug of war. You look at Def and G'day, the difference is astounding in different aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 5 eliminations, but look at the damage, just 1,005. Obviously, the finishes are here. But what's insane is, it's not just that. The man's got 7 assists. How is he pulling in all these numbers without getting the damage? On the opposite side, you've got G'day, who's making massive amount of noise. He's getting the damage, but he's not getting the job done. The fact of the matter is, Death having 7 assists means he's getting those initial tags, and the rest of his team members are following up. G'day, on the other hand, the finesse with the grenade launcher is there. But if the follow-up is not going to be coming through from the rest of his team members on EVOS Divine, then overall he is going to be struggling. What we can see from the stats there is Death has got great teamwork with the rest of his team members.
Yeah, pretty sad when you have very less damage, and even worse, you have 0 assists. I think that's something that EVOS Divine can easily remedy. Maybe it's just a bad day. When we go to Kalahari, this is where the rest of the region gets put to test again. Kind of the home turf of Indonesia. But over time, we've seen teams from Vietnam, from Thailand, and even from the Latin region get used to it. We'll see if the adjustments will be made. RRQ stick with the same game plan. They're going to go to Refinery.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it again and again. You falter here, no problem. Just don't do it tomorrow. The most important day of your esports career right here. Yes, the qualifier for the global stage is there, but of course, everybody wants a bigger slice of the pie. The prize pool is very delicious, I can assure you. Look at this drop coming on through, though. They're just walking straight towards their weapons.
I mean, for BRU, it feels so nice, right? Just straight up, just one straight line gets everything. And Stone Ridge, not really the area that you want to go for. Like most of the times when you see multiple teams at Stone Ridge, is that either they don't do enough homework or they want to go for the challenge. But no sane team would want to do that because it is too big of a coin toss.
Yeah, you're right. And not a lot of loot at Stone Ridge as well, in comparison to some of these other areas, right? Santa Catarina obviously littered with loot all over the place. You've got a vending machine there as well. Attack all around, obviously choosing the convenience of this location on the map. So it's a slow start. Everybody have got their own compounds and they can focus on the looting game first, just so that we can get a little bit more interesting fights when they do find those encounters. GOW will be at Command Center, not tickled by any of the other teams. And overall, they've been doing great. There's a substitution on top of everything else, as well as Tan is taken out, T brought in.
Some adjustments that is very crucial for GOW to get some extra points in. RQ Kazu, they love to start a Refinery and start spreading out, start kind of expanding that influence. You take the risk of thinning out your numbers, but covering as much ground as possible. And of course, the drawback is that once someone gets taken down, the pillar will crumble, right? Your foundation gets shaken. And with AG Global in front of them, dude might have to fight this. He even chose a very early Riptide Rhythm that really doesn't get much done. Only a Bison in hand, and he feels like he sees more than one AG Global members.
I don't think he can afford a dragged out fight here. Needs to buy time though. And yep, there you go. Backup is on the way. So that's not going to be in a pickle anymore. Razor drops by, but he drops at the wrong side. Stop doesn't detect him though. Absorbs a couple of shots from the back. Dutch with the Max 7 makes a mistake. Drags out Cypher with the Drogon. And Cypher overwhelms him. Razor does get the trade though. Right back. He has the follow-up. Picks up his team member as well. Dutch right back on the feet. And RRQ back in action. AG Global doesn't want more of this.
Wow, so AG Global managed to disengage despite overlooking some of the crucial angles. I mean, thankfully the RQ Kazu didn't catch stop because that would have been deadly. They still see him, but I think he's bought enough distance. RQ Kazu will not go for the chase. I love the discipline, but Heavy, they are under a lot of pressure. BTR going straight for the throat, and that's already Kabi down, but Ikao is not done just yet. He's gonna lead the charge. Call in for reinforcement. It's a whole SWAT team from BTR, but unfortunately Ikao, way ahead of his team, ends up getting punished.
And on top of that, Falcons flying on in, hearing all of these gunshots. They want to be the third party, but they don't take that high ground advantage up against these two squads just yet. Circling in from the outside. Get nice sprayed down by Dix from across the maze. Ritando up against Koja Strogon. Does not sustain that battle at all, as Heavy is pummeled by Bigatron. Falcons now slowly swooping on in.
Unfortunate circumstances right now. BTR, because of that earlier move, now they gotta fight with man advantage, and Hans make it even harder if he takes out Young, who is winning in the health department. Drops down. Hans, you're not able to take away too much, but does buy enough time. They are going for an encirclement around Falcons. Maybe this is gonna work out. Keroro caught off guard and on fire is gonna show up. Blocks up on the shot with the barrier, the glue wall. Will be the response from the side of BRU, but no chance after all. On fire. Absolutely destroyed by
Well, one by one, they keep on coming. Hua Esports this time round. Poppy and Yanbin tag teaming with the Parafal up top. Koja meets them halfway. 2v1 Koja, you made a big mistake. He still does manage to drop Poppy though. Poppy going in for the pickup. Does he get punished? Koja, a sliver of health. He gets the double eco from the back. M82B does get the assist as well as Koja with a sliver of health gets knocked down. The pickup is there, but back down he goes out of nowhere. Shin with the ice grenade as well. Hua Esports really messing with the rhythm here, and Bigatron Delta still in the thick of the action as Falcon says, all right, I'm done with this.
Wow, this Falcon, I thought it would get more than that. Maybe even Falcon started to slow down a little bit, and BTR having 10 eliminations.
Wow.
And that's 11. BTR really coming alive.
I mean, everybody's feeding BDR at this point of time. On fire, out in the open. Man hasn't really ran away just yet. Response fire comes through from On Fire, but with a sliver of health, he cannot really run anywhere at all. On Fire sprayed down by Dix. The backup, phenomenal. 12 eliminations, a booyah's worth, all before hitting 6 minutes.
Remember when we last checked in on them, they were in 4th place, but not too far away from 3rd, which was RRQ. They made up for all of that loss. Whatever happened in round 3 doesn't really matter right now, and if BTR wins this round, they go all the way back to 1st.
Absolutely. Just with the eliminations alone, they have caught up with Buriram. Just with the eliminations alone. Buriram has not had a single elimination yet. Holy mama, Bigatron is a different kind of monster. This is mind-blowing.
It's moments like these that make me feel like we should just bring back the old Grand Finals format and get rid of Point Rush, because this is madness, right? Like you combine the points from yesterday. I have a firm belief that BTR would probably be just one good round away from actually being first in a Grand Finals. But of course, circumstances are different. Number 1 in terms of grenade use, and that's going to belong to Jonah. 331 grenade use in the knockout stages.
Man is insane for sure. How does he even find those grenades? And you know, 337, the closest one to him on his own squad. Obviously, Jonah is the grenadier of the squad, but the closest one is actually 51 grenades out of Moshi. That's the huge difference. Yeah, 337 versus 51 is another level altogether.
I mean, that's the closest? I can't imagine the one that did it, the one that tossed the least grenade.
24.
24? That's a 300 plus difference. That is crazy.
Yeah. In Wasana's defense with the 24 grenades, the man's like, I'd rather shoot them.
It's fine. Yeah, if it's Wasana, it's fine. I can let it pass. But man, what?
Jonah, oh Jonah. And the man wasn't doing much at EWCO, right? He wasn't the hardest hitter of Buriram. I started to have doubts. In fact, I'm pretty sure many people started to have the doubts. And the doubts would have reached him. Even he may have had some doubts. But what's important is he found that recovery. He went back to his slaying ways. And he's not even the main fragger of the squad because he's not trying. He's technically the support player. And he's just supposed to be backing them up from the back. And he's still the second top fragger of the team. It just shows you the capability. Yanbin, a little unlucky with the rotation. RRQ, right place, right time. Sprays him down with the right gun on top of everything else. The Groza hits hard.
Yeah, such incredible spray control. I mean, dudes, today, even in rounds that they don't really get too much, has been phenomenal. He's landing some incredible shots. You give it the Car 98, grows out of AWM. He is popping his left and right. blink and you'll miss it. Having a really good day for sure.
Good play to highlight because this is the grenadier of the squad of RRQ. 291 grenades so far. Obviously, he has got the most. The closest one to him has got 12 grenades used.
I mean, you say he's the grenadier, but he's landing some 6 shots. 6 like shots. Like, if you don't tell people, might not know that Ma'ao is the true support player. It's getting overshadowed by dudes. But anyway, I mean, they work hand in hand.
Madness. I mean, the quality, the capabilities of these players just insane. Another level. In fact, they're just strictly holding on to that role as the bomber, right? And if they were not, I think things would be a little bit different. Wasana very aggressive as usual, just running on. And this is what I'm talking about, the formation, right? He is going in for the push, but he's always at a good pacing with the rest of his team members. He knows that backup is just there behind him if indeed he does falter, but very rarely does he actually falter. Beautiful execution, jumps on in there, gets the elimination. They're back in it, backing away from the fight, not going in for the full overextension to look for 3 points.
Man, with how he moved to get that elimination, it really looked like he had his grappling gun. The harpoon basically latched onto his victim, right? Like, there was no running away.
Yeah.
Very good movements and, identification of where his enemies could go. He was really heavy. He felt very lost in that moment. And this is 2 eliminations, right? We're just getting started for BRU. BTR so far has been quiet after a while, but can't say the same for Heavy. One more found the last man, so Heavy becomes the first team to get wiped out.
Unfortunate for Heavy. They were in the 9th spot the last time we took a check on the overall leaderboard for the day. So this is going to put them in a little bit of a pickle. Obviously, WAG behind them, alongside Twisted Minds and Falcon. And with Falcon picking up 4 eliminations already, this has to be their recovery gameplay. Falcon's literally dead last right now. I'm not liking the current track record of Falcons. I expected more noise from them.
The crazy thing to say. Not even wildest dreams I would expect Falcons to be last. You could tell me Evo's last, or maybe one of the GOW. But again, times have changed. Falcons really having a rough round, right? You look back at round 3, they got completely blasted at the start of the Alpine round.
Back all around. Spotting out the players and Limit with the M82B. Beautiful shot. Takes out 95% of the health of his opponent. Just no knock.
Yeah,
Jump got tagged right back up as GOW opens fire as well.
That's the helmet gone. The helmet's been destroyed. Speaking about Evil's Divine, that's the nade. Okay, bounces off the wall. And the trajectory bit too upwards. The glue wall melter being tossed in. That was a miss, right? Like someone...
Yeah,
someone missed the glue wall melter. That's a bit unfortunate. Do it again.
Goddamn Windows. Trying to toss it out. Unfortunately, it happens to the best of us. Happens to the best. Put it up though. Oh, Twisted Mind showing up out of nowhere. Why Esports couldn't respond just yet. Yanbin, a sliver of health left on him. Tries to get out of the window. Gets stuck halfway. Window not helping this man as well. Poppy out. Why Esports bites the dust from second. They have to fall after that mishap. Unfortunate with what Twisted Minds brought in, that surprise attack.
Yeah, from the Vietnamese teams dominating round 3 to losing 2 of them in round 4. While they did find Diamond, GOW wants to secure, but can find a Diamond cross behind the wall, but it's not safe just yet. It got picked back up and knocked down again. Third party somewhere, WAG and GOW still in the conversation. BRU, meanwhile, up against Evil's Divine. Wasana completely just outshines Ray. That 1v1 wasn't even close.
And not close at all. Get high one step the Bison as well. And they are on a hunger day. Sliced out. Wasana and the Drogon. A deadly combo for sure. Jonah finds Aegon with the M79 as well. Apex, the final survivor. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to sit and revive your players. This has to be the end for EVOS Divine. Falcons making that rotation. They know this next circle is going to hurt. Burinam, on the other hand, they need to start moving right now.
Yeah, they really start making some headway. Uh-oh, Ma'ao. The nice stop, but BTR getting... What the hell is... What? Attack all around just destroyed them.
Obliterated. Bigatron Delta. My goodness, Bigatron. 12 points they picked up to go back to the #1 spot, but I think that's all been flushed down the toilet thanks to what Attack All Around just did.
You could see that BTR was not ready at all. Attack All Around went for the blitz and just caught them off guard. It's like getting sucker punched and not knowing what happened. Twisted Minds now will have to deal with AG Global. WAG, they will hear all of this happening. Cut off utilities from afar, so WAG have no time to deal with what's behind them because it's GOW picking them off. And BRU also having a great chance at gatekeeping, but the 10-mile Riptide Rhythm all the way from afar, attack all around, also wants to be a part of this.
Oh, GOW is just so cheeky that they have this next circle, gatekeeping everybody else. They know what it feels like to be on the opposite side, but they are showing no mercy. Dew on the flight, thanks to the jump pad, but he will put himself in an unfortunate situation. Nameless will take out Cyrus from the side of WAG. GOW watching all of this, and they are desperate for more. Only 2 eliminations in hand so far, and they need to make a long rotation round to the next circle. Evos Divine bows out as well. AG Global follows up. My God, WAG right next. Too many teams too quickly.
It's the Great Purge. We're entering the final phase. All the teams hit critical mass. BRU having a good compound to work with Falcons on top, gatekeeping them. It's like Ty protecting Ty. Deanne almost loses his life. Managing to make it to the other side, attack all around. Basically observing this entire scenario. The observation mode could actually benefit them, right? Because they're not challenged by any teams at all. We haven't got to bring out the split screen because there's too many things going on. Falcons up against BRU.
Falcons up against BRU indeed. Falcons at the top, Buriram trying to get aggressive, but not wanting to make a mistake. Diamond shows up, puts up a glue wall, blocks them in, jumps on up, wants to be a problem. Is he going to be a problem? GOW hopping on in as well. Chaos, all out chaos. On fire gets taken down, and now Falcons on the back foot. The pickup is not possible. Falcons taken out by everyone. The team up between GOW and Buriram, lethal.
Yeah, and RQ forces attack all around into action. They just go up on the room. The attack all around has to respond, but GOW are fighting. He's gonna take the escape route. Cougar almost gets sprayed down. The Riptide Rhythm gives space for RQ. Kazu Razor needs to find and couldn't find it. But Jump God, he's gonna be blocked outside this building, abandoned by attack all around. And RRQ now becomes a prisoner of what they were after. Just at the corner of the blue zone, but that thing is about to close in very soon. 3 more teams remain. Every single one of them crippled, except for attack all around, who had the full team left.
Holy Lord, this is such a messy finisher to this round. Jamgod finds Wasana. Attack all around, gearing up for a solid booyah. Jonah meets them halfway, tosses out a grenade. Grenade does not detonate in time. 1 player down. Razor goes down as well. RRQ trying to ambush them, and they fail. Buriram with the final player bleeding out. He's got the Horizon line, but they finish him off before he can be picked up. RRQ with the final survivor. Attack all around. Grab the booyah at Kalahari.
All they had to do was wait patiently, and attack all around did just that. The only true threat was RRQ Kazu when they decided, man, we see 6 teams in the first building, let's go for attack all around. And attack all around not only stopped the siege, but trapped RRQ Kazu in the building that they were after, really creating space for themselves to take the win. But like you said, AJ, it is incredibly messy. 5-6 teams fighting in the same building. If you get shot, you don't even know who shot you, right? You just disappear from the lobby, and that's kind of what happened to Falcons, for example. Attack all around took full advantage of the situation.
17 games played at Kalahari. No booyah whatsoever for attack all around. But on Point Rush, finally, they show us what they're made of. But I'm not convinced. That was not the cleanest execution of a booyah that we have seen. So much of chaos, so much of mess all around the battlefield from the start to the end. But whether or not they made the best out of that chaos, we can most definitely say they did. This circle around from Jamgod punished Buriram, and it dropped them dead in their tracks. There was no way they were going to go for the booyah after that flank.
Yeah, I think they ended the round with like 13 eliminations, so 25 points when you add on the placement points. Not too bad. That has been the average that we got today for every single winning team. But again, attack all around, just playing with the circumstances, right?
Yeah.
Like they let the teams take each other out, but the fact that they were able to be so patient and no teams actually paid attention to them is pretty surprising, honestly.
Yeah, sometimes luck is just like that. Attack all around, obviously, played a little bit of their part in creating that luck, making those decisions, winning out their gunfights, pulling off the right flanks at the right time. But obviously, with the kind of chaos that was breaking out, they were not being paid too much of attention to. And obviously, instead of just being the sitting ducks and doing nothing, they were aggressive. I mean, they wiped out Bigatron Delta, and up to that point, they only had about 3 eliminations on hand, and that was when all the chaos started. They ambushed Bigatron Delta. Bigatron did not see that coming through, and my goodness, they just poofed out of that instantly. GOW, this chaos I expected to go a little bit differently. I expected GOW to overwhelm Buriram with that backstab, but I'm not too sure what happened to them. They just got wiped off screen.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought that GOW would bide a bit more time, like don't full commit into the fight. Just poke at the sleeping bear from the separate building. But the trio of them just went straight into the fire, and the one that came out alive was still PRU, even though they were one of the first recipients of that siege. So a bit of a weird decision overall. But again, I wonder what the scoreboard, what the standings of this particular round is going to be like, because it was so messy. I just want to know what the distribution of that particular fight was.
Absolutely, man. GOW, of course, doesn't really get to climb up too much because the rest of the teams did decently well. But let's see exactly what the Booyah winners have to say for their victory.
And that is attack all around. Congratulations on your Booyah for this game. So, Limits, back in our spring season, you guys haven't made it to the global. So, do you have any plan to finally secure your slot to the global this time?
คือถ้าถามถึงรอบที่แล้วเหมือนกับเราไม่สามารถไปรอบ global ได้แหมจีใจดำเหลือเกินเขาก็เลยถามว่าคิดว่ารอบนี้มีแผนอะไรที่จะทำให้ทีมเราเนี่ยเข้าไปสู่รอบ global ที่บราซิลได้ไหม
ก็ไม่มีแผนมากครับก็เล่นเหมือนเดิมแค่เล่นให้ดีที่สุดก็พอ
Okay, we didn't have any special plan, but actually we just give our best in every game.
Mereka punya plan yang sebenarnya banyak dan luar biasa untuk di turnamen global, tapi mereka akan simpen semua plan mereka atau strategi mereka nanti.
Thank you, Limit. So, since you are here in Surabaya right now, how do you feel about the stage and the crowd out here?
เนื่องจากเราอยู่ที่สุราบายาแล้วมันก็เป็นงานออฟไลน์เนาะที่ไทยก็ไม่ค่อยได้มีขนาดนั้นทีนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับเวทีแล้วก็ผู้คนที่เขามารับชมกันแบบสดๆแบบนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็ที่ได้มาอินโดอีกครั้งครับนี่ครั้งที่2ครับผม
It's the second time of him to be here and he feel really grateful for the audience that they came here to watch our tournament.
Oke, mereka bilang mereka senang banget ngelihat audiens yang hadir di sini. Jadi untuk audiens Survivor, mana suaranya?
Wait, second time? Yes. So I'm a little bit curious. So can I ask what is his first tournament here?
I'm sorry.
Can I ask because I'm a little bit curious since he said this is the second time he has been to Indonesia, right? So what is his first tournament here?
ทัวร์นาเมนต์แรกที่เรามาที่อินโดจำได้ไหมว่าเป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์อะไร
เป็นทัวร์ ESL ครับที่จาการ์ตาครับ
ESL in Jakarta that's the first tournament that he be here
Oh yeah and I have one question for you
Okay
we already on the second day for point rush right
Yes
so who is the most dangerous today
สำหรับ Attack All Round แล้วเนี่ยในรอบพอยต์รัดรอบนี้เป็นวันที่2เขาอยากรู้ว่าหลังจากเล่นมา2วันแล้วเนี่ยจนถึงเกมนี้ทีมไหนคือทีมที่น่ากลัวที่สุดสำหรับเรา
ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมไทยครับแต่ว่าจริงๆก็ไม่มีทีมไหนน่ากลัวก็ได้หมดทุกทีมครับ
Probably be Thai team but actually we didn't face of any team just come
mereka bilang semua tim yang ada di sini kuat, tapi menurut mereka tim Thailand lebih kuat.
Thank you, Limit, so much, and you guys did a very great job on the previous game, which is a booyah for attack all around. I can see the Thai teams are heading right up to Indonesian team right now, you guys. It's a really intensified fight between Thai and Indo. Congratulations again, Limit, and then we will let you go down right now. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now let's head back to the caster, see our points, and I'll see you guys in the next game.
Thank you very much to our lovely host as always. And Limit, good to see the MVP of FFSI still on that stage. I think this is definitely not his first time in Jakarta, but this crowd is definitely one of the first experience for him, right? So electric and with the entire nation against you and you still come out on the other end. That takes some skills.
Yeah, I mean, they are very confident. They want all of their teams to get into the global stage. There's a huge possibility, but obviously AG Global cannot afford yesterday's performance again, because if that happens on Sunday, it's a GGWP. We will not have all 5 teams from the side of Thailand heading into the global finals. But of course, as far as Limit is concerned, it was a very slow game for him, but massive in terms of damage as usual. 5,747 damage, 5 assists, only 2 eliminations.
Yes, very low elim count, but the amount of damage he provided for his team as a sniper is off the charts, right? Like 5.7k. That's basically giving intel, supporting his team from behind, making sure that he lands the shots and relying on his team to clean it up. I think he did the job just fine. Having a slowdown that allows you not only to survive longer, but also collect intel for your team is basically one of the best. Allows you to play from behind in a more comfortable manner.
No doubt at all. It's the usual pacing, but you know, I expect more from attack all around. They have been struggling for sure, and it's not a case where they have slumped. It is a case where the other teams have just really risen to the occasion, and they're just bringing on a whole new ball game to the table, right? I mean, you look at teams like GOW Heavy, the kind of numbers they pick up, you know, a little difficult to maintain your own consistency up against, but it seems like in the grand scheme of things, they will be making those adjustments. I clearly think that it should have been Jump God with the MVP, with the eliminations, but of course, if you look at the damage perspective, Limit really takes the cake. 7 eliminations for the side of Jump God, 2 assists, 7 knockdowns, 1,777 on the damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, sometimes you can overlook the support players, but like, Jump God deserves his own place in the Hall of Fame for the elimination leader. 7 eliminations, followed by 5 by 1 more and Wasana, and then 4 by Deeks and Diane. It's a pretty good assortment. Very rare nowadays that we see all 5 slots come from 5 different teams, right? But this one, I think, is a very good balance. Even our key players, we got Wasana with 5 elims, we got Limit with the most damage dealt, and Hans going on medic duty.
Bringing back his team. Heavy, obviously, you know, they struggled a little bit this time around. In the grand scheme of things, that will obviously put them at risk of being the team down at the bottom because they didn't really have much points before this round started. Buriram, on the other hand, we saw an opportunity for Bigatron Delta to overtake them at the number 1 spot. They started off hot with 12 eliminations and then did nothing. They could not pull off any more eliminations after they rotated out of the initial drop spot. Just a single placement point for a total of 13. And then Buriram went on to pick up 18. So therefore, Buriram will continue to maintain the number 1 spot. But attack all around, this should be a climb into the top 5 for them.
Let's right now. Attack all around in 4th place, tied with BTR. Only difference is in terms of eliminations, but BRU still in 1st place, and you really got to thank Attack all around for that, right? BTR had a really good shot in overtaking BRU, but Attack all around not only crushed their dreams, but right now just poking them from the back. If Bigatron not feeling too comfortable with the situation, but RRQ still remaining strong in 2nd place.
I mean, overall, regardless of how well they do round after round. Yes, Bigatron Delta has faltered a couple of times, but they're just so exciting to watch, right? Regardless of whether or not they walk away with the booyah, they put on a great show. And then the initial first few sequences, how did they even survive that particular sequence of events at the start of that game? Just blows my mind, right? Because there was just too many back-to-back battles. They had to shoot, they had to aim, they had to recompose, pick up the loot from their opponents, you know, apply those medkits, and then be prepared for yet another battle. They had to wash and repeat twice throughout the whole sequence.
Pretty crazy, right? Because they survived the craziest of sequence, and then they ended up getting wiped out by the most straightforward rush. So, you know, it was in a very funny way. But we got 2 more rounds to go, right? We got Nextera and 1 more random map to close out the entirety of Point Rush. Before that, it's break time, and we'll come back for round 5 and round 6.
find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebelet dia. Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebeludia.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go!
Let's go!
We've reached Terminus for Point Rush and it's the penultimate round coming up. My name is Husky alongside AJ. This is the Free Fire World Series 4th season Point Rush and 2 more rounds and we will find out who gets a head start tomorrow.
Absolutely. And of course, at the moment it looks like a landslide victory for Buriram. But things can change. 2 more games, things can change. Bigatron Delta right behind them. RRQ right behind them. Wait, am I looking at yesterday's scores? No, it is today's scores.
It is
the
today's
consistency is mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing, right? I mean, even Attack all around caught up. And unfortunately, Hua Esports kind of got pushed down a little bit after that previous round, which was pretty unfortunate, right? We saw the Vietnamese teams kind of came out the gate swinging in game 3, and in game 4 is the complete opposite. We've got 2 more rounds to make amends with what has happened so far. But BRU, I mean, we say that it's not a landslide for them, sure, but they are still pretty far ahead.
I mean, this is insane because we got what we asked for. Some step up here from the Vietnamese squads of GOW and Hua. We can't say the same for Heavy and WAG. We see some moments of brilliance, but overall consistency is bad. And then you want to think that it's just the Vietnamese teams doing bad because, you know, they're not the strongest region. But you look towards the bottom, you see AG Global, you see Falcons, you see Twisted Minds, and then you go like, wait, what?
It's pretty crazy, right? Like it's BRU and then 2 Indonesian teams, RRQ, BTR, and then Attack all around. Oh man. The bottom 2 are the Vietnamese teams. Very unfortunate, you know, especially Heavy, who are sitting at the very bottom. I think chances are for them to get a top 3 is almost impossible, but there is still a chance to go in the top 6. If they just get 2 good rounds, right? 2 good rounds, it could still give them that 1 point that might be the difference maker tomorrow. But on the other side, you look at BRU, they have a chance to go for 20. And 20 for a team like BRU, and on just a single day of grand finals is, I think it's a bit too much.
You want to say it's too much? These guys have not been able to get it done on the final day. I say Buriram needs it the most because, you know, you look at Falcons. Falcons doesn't need bonus points. They've been able to do it twice in a row without those bonus points assisting them. I mean, one of the times they did have some extra, but then even without it, they would have still been able to win the competition either way. But you're looking at this map. You're looking at WAG being one of the front runners of Nextera. And that's insane, right? WAG, a team that doesn't really hit hard anywhere else, hits like insanely hard on this map. And the consistencies, the mind-blowing. I mean, 5 booyahs so far. They've got the most number of booyahs compared to any of the other teams.
Yeah, and which I think is also, it's great to have them be consistent, you know, on that map, but at the same time you also see the glaring weakness everywhere else, right? Like if I'm good at cooking only 1 dish and you put me in a master chef competition, I would not make it past the 3rd round. So I think in this case, WAG, I'm not sure how much they can step up, but get that average performance, you know, not get the average performance, but keep it in the middle of the pack, and I think it'll be good enough. Like Jump God and one more, consistent overall, right? Even though Jump God has slightly more elims on average, but he deals significantly lesser damage. So if you want to look for a collector, you want to look for someone efficient, Jump God feels like the man.
I mean, no doubt whatsoever. The damage there seems to be a little crazy from the side of One More, but clearly Jump God is showing that you don't need massive damage to get the job done, to pull in those points, to get those assists. You know, you just need to be very efficient with those shots. And I have to say, One More, Falcons overall have not been very efficient. They've been making a lot of noise, but it's not bringing enough results for us to really feel like, okay, this team's going to be making a lot in terms of their presence felt on the grand finals day. But once again, we have felt like that twice in a row, and twice in a row, they have become champions. As we gear ourselves up for next era, let's see if this time Falcons can make a mad dash for the top. One good game is all it's going to take. And if WAG can keep up that beautiful streak they've got going on next era.
Man, I'm telling you, if the production value and the graphics keeps leveling up, in 5 years, we will surpass Michael Bay's production value. With all of these well, not just cinematics, but all these graphics and it's the artwork that they put in, really mastery of the theme of Free Fire, right? I wouldn't expect a battle royale. I mean, maybe when I first started 3 years ago, for this to be this colorful, but right now we are seeing an assortment, not just design, but also the playstyle from these teams. RRQ Kazuya Abe gonna almost lose his life. Goes for a double back, trying to play around with the line of sight and actually makes it out alive, but not too far away. T shoots him down.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. I mean, he ran in for cover, but in that cover stood more players from the side of GOW. Man just had no options whatsoever. Races straight down to the ground, and the NN squad just shutting down players on the side of RRQ like they're nothing. And obviously, it's going to seem a little skewed. Early game advantage that GOW has mainly is because of luck due to the weapons that they picked up first. But Maaldo has picked up the XM8. This is going to be a danger if RRQ start shooting back now. But the other players who have been revived are not flying straight in towards Zipway, so RRQ at risk of losing all 4 players early game.
Yeah, good move from the side of GOW, whether it's intentional or unforced. The fact that they were able to keep the aggression on, it gives them a pretty solid lead, right? And RRQ forced to have 2 more members sticking around and not in a position that they want to be at.
Attack all around, getting attacked from all around. I mean, the perpetrators, yet another team from Vietnam. Why Esports catching them out, and it's just easy shutdown after shutdown. Limit taken down as well, but 2 players just got revived from the side of AAA, so I think Limit has got to wait a little bit longer until they collect more coins. But that's the first elimination for Hua. There was another, I think it was WAG with the initial tags on them.
I see, I mean, AG just found Heavy. Man, that's brutal. One Hans just got blasted. So AG, 3 points already thus far. Very solid start. This is the team that we unfortunately fell off the radar a little bit due to their performance today. But maybe this could give them a good head start, which is kind of a blast to the past, right? Because this roster, well, a big part of this roster, when they played under a different banner, I think it was a NGX, Nigma Galaxy, it was the same situation. You have this explosive run, but when it matters the most, they just couldn't deliver. A bit of a scary moment, but if there's any time to let all the rust show, it's during point rush, right? Because tomorrow you gotta be clean.
I'm just not a big fan of seeing Caramel play the role of bomber. I just don't see the aggression out of him, nor the consistency with those nades. But Diamond doing well enough. Unfortunate for him, turns his back, gets knocked down to the ground. The pickup is there though. Maal trying his best to get away, and Xposy way too good with the rotation round to cut off his escape. RRQ down. Xposy and gang up by 3.
Xposy has learned levitation, so we have to check that out. That might result in an infraction, right? Because I don't think we installed floating abilities into the game. So we're going to have a bit of a pause as we figure out what the issue is. Hopefully we can get back on track as quickly as possible after this.
I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you have those lags, and we want to make sure the playing field is equal for every single squad out there. Quite a number of eliminations early game, but it's not something that they cannot hustle for yet again. Only complication here is going to be time, and it's going to be for those teams that are already on a good momentum build up thus far, faltering. This might, irritate some of them who are not able to control their emotions just yet. I mean, a lot of kids out there, a lot of pro players, a lot of tension on that stage. So there's a high probability that this small bit of annoyance could mess up their gameplay in a bit.
And I think, especially when you have these kind of abrupt pauses, which is, sometimes can be unavoidable, the tempo does break, right? Like it starts affecting your momentum. If you're on a roll, if you're on a killing spree, you're wiping on teams, getting points, and then someone pumps the brakes, that cooldown period can really disrupt some of the momentum of these players.
Yeah.
Luckily, we're at the early part of the game, so not too worried about it. No teams have gone off just yet. And it gives time for the teams to kind of recompose themselves, right? Like if you lost a couple of members early on, you're on that revival train track. At least now you get to think about where to go afterwards.
Yeah, and that's truly correct. And only because it is in the early parts of the game are we able to hit that reset, because not a lot of damage has been done just yet. You know, it's a decent enough time to hit that reset button to bring everybody on to a more equal playing field. You know, the last thing we want is a couple of players lagging out there and ruining their chances of earning those bonus points for the grand final. And you know, there is a possibility here, of course, that the disruption of momentum could be a good thing. I mean, I don't know if I want to see more Buriram Booyahs or Buriram consistency. I'm pretty sure some of these teams do not want to see Bigatron as well as RRQ continuously picking up these points. I mean, I think all three of these team names that I've just mentioned have already picked up decent points yesterday. Now, maybe some of the other teams can have a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, especially if you are RRQ, right? Like the kingdom is always watching. It's a very scary thought being an RRQ pro player. Because, man, the fan base, regardless of which title you're in, is unpredictable.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I look at the RQ fan base and I think to myself, how are you going to deal with that much pressure? But then again, that's why they call themselves the kingdom, right? And I think in this case for RQ Kazu, they are performing the best that they've ever been, ever since the inception of MCP. This is their new glass ceiling, but also their new plateau, and I really want to see them break past it. Maybe not a trophy yet, but top 3 finish in the grand finals would be a very good start.
Just when I was thinking this day is just going by way too quickly, you get this tech pause to drag out the broadcast a little bit more. I wonder how long it's going to take to sort this one out. Obviously, they have to troubleshoot and find out exactly where the problem is coming from, because we've been having absolutely fine games. Could be, I guess, the LAN connection for one of these players. But it's okay. We'll sort that out in the background, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. In the meantime, enjoy the show. Enjoy a little bit of sneak peek at the audience there. I mean, if you're in Surabaya, if you're in Jakarta, if you don't get down to this LAN event to watch all of this action live, I think you're missing out.
I think you're missing out for sure. So many photo opportunity, right? I'm pretty sadly, I don't think you can go onto the stage, because that would be a very cool place to take photos. But hey, you know, being a part of the crowd, experiencing the atmosphere, maybe take some photos. So if you got some nice, you know, Galaxy S24 Ultra, you get that mega zoom in, you could probably get some sick shots out of this. But yeah, I mean, Indonesian crowds are the best. Like I went to Indonesia last year, start of last year, for a different event, right? And it was at Senayan. And my goodness, you go into the venue, forget about trying to listen to what the casters was saying. All you hear was just chanting, singing, someone brought choir, musical instruments. It's everything under the sun but the casters. That's how crazy the fan base is.
They surely know how to have a good time. Let's see a few of the stars that we have to watch out for. 2.6 eliminations for Ikal. Moshi on the 3.3, Dew with the 2.4. You know exactly who's leading the fray here on that sniper battle.
Yes, good to see that they are contenders to Moshi, right? Like, he has been on the top for the highest time, for the longest time. But here we are, back in action, and right off the bat, Koja get shot down, but will receive help from Neeks. So Kyung needs to hold the front with Ikal. They got the trade on to Allen, cut stall out the siege a little bit. WAG still wants to pursue. And what a shot! Cyrus getting shot off of the sky by Kyung. This guy stepping up when they need him.
I swear to God, this is the very first pause that we've had that did not result in a reset. So we continue on with the game exactly where we stopped. And no momentum break, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. Bigatron Delta will love to argue with that point, though. They've lost Ikal already. 2 players they have been able to take down, but up against WAG, the scenario here is a tad bit complicated. Krillin managing to get away, turns around, tags up Kyung, but they have to make sure they circle on and out of here. WAG in a lot of trouble. Scanned out by that R1 as well. Krillin is trying to get to the vending machine. In a couple of seconds, he should be able to bring back at least 2 players.
This could be a wipeout, right? If Krillin doesn't make it out of this, it could be a full wipeout. Look at
Ikal
coming back in. That's information. Finds the revive just in time. Extending chances, lifeline for WAG, but it's just one, but one could be what makes the difference.
For sure, this is the best map for WAG. They know it like the back of their hands. So let's see if they can make something work out of that. AG Global up against Hua Esports, spectated by RRQ. RRQ might just get stuck in the wrong place at the wrong time. Stops. Oh my goodness. Spots out Ma'al from the back. Caramel chips away at him. Sci-Fi is the one that claims the elimination. Razor taken out as well. RRQ really not having a good start here.
Wait, the Shin run into Razor's face and just pops him with the Car 98. That is hilarious. Of all the weapons to go down to, but that would be AG. I mean, AG goes to S5, but they could go for more actually.
Yeah.
In Hua Esports around the corner, Shin actually tries to duck away. Caramel on the chase. They find the right angle though. Poppy finding stop, can't take him down. That's the electrotherapy.
What?
Poppy getting swung, just falling asleep as Yanbin also loses out. So AG Global plays 2 more, and that's gonna be 8 eliminations.
Dude, stop did all of that with just 50 HP on him. Okay, this guy has got guts. He knows Sci-Fi is there. He knows he's got some solid backup. But it's a whole different scenario to take on 2 of these gunfights at a stage like this with 1/3 of your health, 1/4 of your health. That's just, balls on this guy. Deca Square dominated by AG Global. Nobody else gets to mess with them. And off-screen earlier, Falcons picking up quite a number of points. And they want to continue that run. Deanne getting caught out here by 3 players on the side of Falcons. Easy wipeout. GOW struggling early.
Yeah, not even close so far. Falcons themselves also looking for a bounce back. Still plenty of opportunities, and look at the elimination charge. It's pretty top heavy, right? AG Global with 8, Falcons and WAG with 7, and followed by Hua and BTR. BRU sitting at 0 so far. No, not the. If on Xterra, they like to take it slow. I think BRU usually comes online when you play on Alpine, but aside from that, they like to be a lot more patient. Hua goes for the revive, Aimgon goes for the rush, finds Hua, that's Shin down, A-Bags cleans him up.
This is the first one, I think. We are seeing a little bit of a decent performance coming through from EVOS Divine. They're going to be able to keep this up, all geared up, and the loot is solid. Aimgod doesn't have any of those grenades on him to kind of play around with in a sticky situation, but of course we know they are all going to drop it to Gade, even if they do manage to pick up a couple. Gade, the bomber of the squad, is probably having a good time just torturing all of the other players as Twisted Minds. 4 eliminations strong. RRQ, oh goodness me, I said they're having a bad time. They're having a horrible time here.
Yeah, horrible time. In fact, not getting much done at all, right? Like guys, the RRQ Kingdom fans, those waving the big flag, maybe disappointed a little bit with how things have been so far for RRQ. The progression is not looking very kind. Hua, they are not going to even attempt to take on AG Global, not in their current state, but for AG Global, the chase is on.
How are they going to be able to get away from this Hua Esports? AG Global right behind them. And a great rotation round, making it to the top of the bridge. EVOS Divine thinking of the same thing, choosing to drop slightly beyond them. And AG Global not even wasting a single second, straight away jumping into action, tagging up EVOS Divine from the back, giving that extra assistance that Twisted Minds doesn't even need.
Yeah, I mean, this just could turn out ugly. Riptide Rhythm out. That's the glue wall down. I know EVOS Divine taking advantage of that stop. Did not see that coming. But it's going to be Nameless that collects the elimination anyway. So that point, worth it for the hard work. BTR now shows their face. Twisted Minds having a second contender to deal with. GOW just flew past down south. But Exposy starting to really take the heat. And BTR inching forward. EVOS Divine, good opportunity to perhaps take advantage of this.
6 eliminations strong for Twisted Minds. And a decent defensive compound to work around with. Only problem is being surrounded by AG Global, EVOS Divine, and Hua Esports. Timing's everything. RRQ gets the double revive. Iza, on the other hand, down on the ground, but the pickup's not going to be... I thought it was not impossible, but the FGL burns him down. And GOW once again needs to bring a player back.
Oh, yeah. Still got 5 eliminations. Not looking too bad. AG Global and WAG extending their elimination count to 9 already.
Wow.
Craziest thing is, we still got all squads, still got 47 players left.
Crazy, and that WAG was supposed to be taken out of the run very early on. The recovery is amazing. Kabi running straight into Moshi. That's not going to work. That MP5 way too good. That SMG rate of fire and damage. Wasana backstab from the front now with the Drogon. Distraction was there. Jonah just hopping on in, showing himself as the target as Wasana gets the job done. And once again, the wraparound is there for the massive damage. Now he gets tagged up from the back, but Jonah is there. He always is right behind Wasana a couple of steps. But great glue wall escape through the windows coming through from the side of Heavy. Get nice with the beautiful, nice movements.
And Jonah, does he really want to keep chasing? He only has one glue wall left. Oh, this is a risky move. Get nice. So risky. Probably was his last resort, but man, to fly like that, Heavy are going to be taken out.
That was just a thing of beauty for Buriram. I mean, very aggressive this time. They know they need those points. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, great start all the way up until here. We were talking about how it was dangerous for them, surrounded by 3 teams, and it looks like that played against them in a big way. And Twisted Minds struggling for that survival. Death literally bleeding out on top of the bridge. Attack all around, making that rotation thanks to the launch pad up onto the roof. But not the highest ground just yet. Why Esports has got open line of sight up against attack all around. They have to drop down. And as they do, WAG rotates out of their defensive spot. Allen doesn't make a play whatsoever. Flies in, gets shot out of the air. This place way too crowded for any revives right now.
Yeah, see, I mean, for attack all around, they are in a pretty decent spot, right? It's them and BTR. I think those two are going to be the biggest difference maker in this entire exchange. GOW will have a harder fight, but if they skirt around the edges, they could wrap behind BTR, who are now very fixated on what's happening in front of them. This is such a good move from GOW. Keep going.
Falcons were dead last earlier. After the previous match, they had jumped up to the 9th spot, but now 10 eliminations strong, making a lot of noise. Started off this game, Vietnam was there with the pressure, but now overtaken. Falcons and AG, both the teams that we were highlighting earlier that were really bombing out today, are putting in the numbers just through eliminations. Are they going to be able to get to that final circle, though, is of course the bigger question. One more finds Hua Esports. Poppy down, Shin taken out. One more with the double. Peter on the support. And Falcons just toasting Hua Esports back to the lobby.
They're taking out one of the heavy hitters.
Oh my!
Good stuff. What is that? What happened? AG Global just got wiped out. So BRU, they took out the second heavy hitter, and now it's open business, right? Now this is a free-for-all.
I called AG Global the threat to the championship as they managed to get that second spot behind Buriram United on the knockout stage. But dude, it does not seem so here at Point Rush. They have been very soft in the approach. EVOS Divine going to meet Buriram outside at the very edges of the circle. What in the world are they even thinking?
Let's see if they can gatekeep BRU. Wow, this is such a risky move, but I like the initiative. Let's see if they can close it out. Aim guard right in the front. ABAX on top of the highway, trying to find a way in, but this is going to take some time, so the front line needs to buy space. But EVOS Divine, they came in this fight with one man disadvantage. Not really the brightest idea, and Buriram is going to start pressing them. They can still fall back. There is still some space to work with.
Oh my.
But if they lock themselves in these containers, it might just be lights out.
Yeah, this is Jonah's play right here. He needs to just bomb them all out of the container. And he is at striking distance, 4 grenades in hand. Jonah's already gearing up for those tosses, but the monster truck drops in, blocks the entrance of that container. What a stupidly good defensive play from EVOS Divine.
Right? Okay, never mind. It stopped working.
Oh my
it stopped
God.
working.
Oh my God.
Right after you said that, it didn't work. It didn't work. They're gone.
Who uses the monster truck as a defense though? Beautifully thought out. But EVOS Divine just stepping out of the container. Even if they didn't though, Jonah would have been able to smash them with those grenades. I mean, Crazy stuff.
You got the stupid part, right? Because I think it was a pretty interesting idea also, but incredibly questionable in that spot.
I mean, you know, you decide to be aggressive, you just got to go all the way. You can't stop halfway and then think about it. Nobody's going to forgive you in a situation like that. And obviously, Buriram needs to make that rotation into the circle. They are the ones under stress. Oh, he was divine. What an unfortunate drop in terms of ideation. And now a majority of the battle just happening on the opposite side of Buriram. WAG can't really get into the circle. Gate kept by Bigatron. Attack all around, met halfway through as well. Only one player stepping on out. It's Cougar. And GOW's Demon tags him up from afar. Does he claim the life though? Yes, he does. The confirmation comes through as well. And now Bigatron Delta in their own defensive spot, but nowhere else to run. They step on out. Attack all around is waiting.
Man, I mean, Falcons having a field day. Last we checked, they have 14 eliminations. The best round so far. Attack all around. It's a literal uphill battle, but guess who's waiting? GOW not needing to do much. Ekao takes out Punga. Attack all around. Attacked from all around. Out in 6th spot. And GOW freed from their shackles. Now only have to worry about BTR. This is where they spring into action as BTR goes uphill. Glue melters, multiples drop down, blocked by the container. The trajectory not that correct. Falcons make their moves as well as RQ gets wiped out. And BRU again in open ground watching this go down.
GOW taking the right hand side flank as they see Bigatron Delta backing away. Smart timing coming through from the Vietnamese squad. But Bigatron Delta no chumps in this situation whatsoever. Grenades on the standby, tossing it right back to GOW, forcing them away. Monster truck gameplay! And a grenade out of nowhere! Jonah the monster strikes again!
Oh my goodness, Jonah really... This is why he's the Grenadier, but now it's BTR's chance. Can they take down BRU in front of the home crowd? Surabaya is watching and they are paying it back. Moshi, Wasana both taken down. Ika to pay his life on it, but Deeks can get high. He's gonna be down as well. BTR wiping the floor, and the cheers is gonna power them through. Jonah, can he hang on? He cannot. BTR brings it home. The third Indonesian team today to get Booyah.
The Falcon Hunter turned Thailand Hunter. Bigatron Delta. Holy mama. The question has been answered. Yesterday was no fluke. This is the real thing. Bigatron Delta is here to change the fate of Southeast Asia Free Fire forever.
And it could change. Started with the landscape of Indonesia. One that can match up to RRQ Kazu consistently, and now taking on some of the biggest giants. But man, that final sequence, right? We talk about this is one of the few teams that goes super defensive with their loadout, but they play it so well. You don't really see it coming because you only see it when it's too late, when your utilities start working, when you realize that, man, they are harder to take down than you thought. They are in your face. And the shot calling for Ekao, right? The call to just go straight and to split the battle lines of BRU to pick off the crucial targets was really what set BTR apart from a lot of the teams.
BTR was not the threat on Nextera at all. Nobody would have seen this coming. They're not the hardest hitters. They're not the Booyah takers of this map. Just a single Booyah throughout the whole knockout stage at Nextera. So definitely, not predicted to make a lot of noise. Usually picking up an average of 10-11 points on Nextera. Nothing much to shout about. But this time it was a massive run for them. And they're just playing this pressure so well. Even up to the final sequence of battle, they already had 15 eliminations on hand. The rest of the players were not shut down just yet. And they managed the situation so well up against one of the, if not the apex predator of the competition.
And again, for PRU, right, they had one of the best positions, right?
Yeah.
It's actually like that everyone else is just beating each other. BRU just watching the clown show go down, but BTR had other plans. They were basically on a warpath. They took out everyone in front of them, starting with GOW, who tried to take advantage of it, and then run straight to BRU with a plan in mind. The separation, right? They realized that, okay, Jonah works over the grenade. Guess what? We keep him for last. We take down his underlings, and then we shoot the messenger at the end.
Yeah, great strategy if you ask me. Obviously worked out so well. Buriram had a slow wind up, and obviously Heavy kind of finding them halfway through were punished severely, and then the rest of the team members just could not find much sustenance as they rotated away from Buriram. But towards the final sequence of battle, I mean, EVOS Divine, I expected them to make a lot of noise as they met Buriram halfway through. They went out towards the edge of the circle to gatekeep Buriram, only to have that situation turned around in the most craziest of manner.
And Jonah landed two back-to-back 3-man nades. in a short span of time. I mean, it's just crazy stuff, right? And, I mean, the one on Evo Survivor, that one was kind of deserved, but the one on GOW, that one was sick.
Unexpected.
That one was great. Yes.
Yeah. Didn't see that one coming at all. But, once again, we see Bigatron Delta coming out here making a lot of noise. 2 booyahs in the day. Yesterday was no fluke. The knockout stage, torturing, hunting down Falcons over and over again. People thought they were just playing around. It was no fluke. They were really onto something, and they have sharpened up their blades. They are ready for the kind of war we have never seen before. On to the interview. Let's see exactly what Bigatron Delta has to say for all of the beauty aggression that they've brought out thus far.
Survivor Surabaya, mana suaranya?
Surabaya, let me hear you scream. Congratulations, Bigatron Delta Esports. So, Keong, is this your first time playing on stage?
Keong, apakah ini pertama kalinya kamu main di panggung?
Enggak sih, udah beberapa season, mungkin bisa dibilang 4 season.
No, it is already several tournaments.
I see. So you just had a combat with Buriram United Esports and you successfully nailed it. Is there any recipe you want to share? Want to share a little bit to your viewer that how can you guys play that good?
Bisa kasih tahu ke audiens yang ada di sini, gimana caranya kalian bisa punya performa baik hari ini?
Ya terutama kita berdoa juga sih dan juga saling ngejaga mood satu sama lainnya.
The first, we have to pray and we trust each other. So good. And maybe you have another question?
All right then, pray and believe each other. Actually, you guys know that before we started our stage, we also pray together that we can make this well as well. So, Keong, started as a new team, a brand new team in the Indonesia teams. I think I have heard so many things that there are a lot of people that underestimate you, that because you are a new team. So they think that you are not that good, but turns out you did a very great job in the knockout stage, and to the point rush stage, you still did a very great job. Until then, this is the 3rd booyah, right? Yeah. Do you want to say anything right here on the stage to prove that you are not that bad?
Sejauh ini tim kalian adalah tim yang cukup baru sebagai Bigatron Delta, dan mungkin ada beberapa orang yang menganggap kalian ini adalah tim yang tidak begitu baik. So, jadi apa yang mau kamu omongin untuk audiens yang ada di sini?
Ya kita bakal ngebuktiin aja sih kalau kita tuh mampu dari orang-orang lain yang bilang kalau kita itu gak mampu lah.
We can show it and we will try our best.
I really believe that Bigatron Delta Esports can definitely prove themselves really hard in the final match tomorrow. So we will leave you back so you can focus and regain your health for this final match. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And thank you, Beverly, for our translator as well. Now let's head back to the caster and I'll wait for you guys in the last game.
The robots have come to play. It's the age of automation because Bigatron Delta have completely shattered all expectations and brought Free Fire, at least for them and Indonesia, to greater heights with that win. And of course, with a little bit of help from energy drinks and caffeine, but you know, it's just a normal routine of a pro player.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the guys' eyes are truly bloodshot. The amount of focus. I'm assuming these boys did not get any sleep yesterday, right? And obviously, you can see the hustle, you can see the results of all of that hard work playing out on the battlefield because they are not going up against chumps. We've always seen Thailand as a very dominant region. every single team always stacking the top of the leaderboard. I think this is one of those few events where we are actually seeing Thailand struggle. We are seeing teams like AG Global falter because not just Indonesia making a lot of noise, but Vietnam's just blowing it out of the park. No surprise why Malaysia did not make it up to this stage, right? It's of a different level altogether.
Yeah, I mean, over time, I've learned to, I've gone through the 5 stages of grief, and I've learned acceptance is the best way to move forward. But I do celebrate the success of BTR because this guy right there, that is the gaze of a stone cold killer, right? Just bloodshot eyes, emotionless, but still clocking in 8 elims.
Holy ma! What in the world was this guy up to in the game? 8 eliminations. Very, very strong game for Bigatron Delta. A couple of unfortunate moments could have happened at the start, but the recovery was phenomenal. They were down to one last man, and that save came through. I totally forgot exactly who was the final survivor, but either way, close call at the start of the round. Recovery was there, and not only did they recover, they made it to the final circle. Massive number of eliminations, plus the booyah. They really hustled this time around. And the skills that they bring in just so different as well, right? Not really focusing on the aggression that Tatsuya can deliver out there on the battlefield, but really focusing more towards the defensive side. You look at the Nairi, you look at the Joseph with his nutty movement out there, and not being affected by these slows, but they bring in a double A124. They are bringing that impact onto the other teams and their performance on the battlefield. They have thought this out so well.
And they have perfected it, right? Like this is one of those homegrown recipes that you cannot replicate. Like you could replicate the entire loadout and not achieve half the performance that they had. They even brought in the J Beeps, which used to be a fan favorite, used to be the flavor of the tournament, but now no one thinks about J Beeps. They still do it. People bring Dreki for those CQCs. They bring 3 R1s and a Beaston. It's all about collecting enough info to work around it. You just outsmart your opponents just because you know more about them.
Yeah, it's literally a tank build at this point of time for Bigatron Delta that's keeping them out there. Even with the Cassie and the therapy, we saw how many times it saved their players from sticky situations, right? Just putting out that extra bit of HP when it's most needed for their frontmen, for their rushes, and it has been able to deliver massive number of eliminations. 8 for Kyong, 6 for Koja. And obviously, Falcons making a lot of noise this time around as well. 11 between One More and On Fire. Buriram had Jonah play out that final sequence. So, I'm surprised actually that Jonah only has 5. We should be seeing more here. Perhaps a couple of those knocks got stolen away.
Yeah, I think BRU got a couple of their eliminations, some points from Falcons, right? Because Falcons, they were basically just vouchering eliminations, and at one point, Circle closes in, they had to take a leap of faith, and that's where the goal portal, the portal goal would have been so much useful had it not been 5 times as expensive. Because usually a team would just use it, go from high ground to low ground, and you just cut through all of the interference, right? But right now you have to use the launch pad. So most of I think 3 out of the 4 Falcons members got shot down by BRU on the way into the safe zone. So now this is one of those few moments you really see the utilities making a difference, and it really hurts. It really stings when you need the portal go, and it just isn't viable.
Yeah, that's so true, man. And of course, One More and Ma'al joining Kyong on the key players highlight. 6 teammates had to be revived by Ma'al. RRQ struggled in this game for sure. We saw them getting knocked out a little bit too early. To obviously the happiness of Bigatron Delta and Buriram. RRQ has been pretty annoying, hot on their heels. But not once, but twice in a row. If we look at the overall leaderboard, we will see it reflecting what we saw yesterday. Buriram at the top, Bigatron Delta in second, RRQ at third. The consistency from these 3 teams is on another level. Falcons, I expected them to at least sneak into the top 3 yesterday. They failed me. Today perhaps can be a day where they find that recovery. At this point of time, they're not too far away from RRQ, but it's a different story if they want to catch up to Bigatron Delta. I think that's just impossible at this point.
I mean, you look at the overall scoreboard, right? Bigatron Delta really made up for lost time. Like round 3, not looking good. Round 4, halfway there, got wiped out by attack all around. But now you score 31 points. It might not be enough to bring them into first place, but it sure as heck puts them within touching distance, right? They get another round like this, they are gonna hit number 1 for sure. And again, this is the first 30 bomb today, and it's achieved by BTR.
I mean, if Buriram bombs out early, Bigatron literally just needs to sneeze and they'll be in the #1 spot. But obviously hoping for Buriram to get knocked out early game is, perhaps asking a little bit too much. 4 points difference. We saw the recovery from Bigatron in the previous game when they tried to catch up with Buriram. Just through eliminations, they were already on 12, but like you said, knocked out a little bit too early from the round. This time the recovery was there. So it's obviously going to come down to a scenario where we are looking at the confidence as well as the momentum of these players. The map dominance doesn't really make much of a difference anymore. I mean, nobody would have thought Bigatron would be able to pull away a booyah here.
I even if they don't get a booyah, they just need a good round, right? A good round where BRU doesn't get to do too much. I mean, if you don't hope for BRU to bomb out, do it yourself, right? Hot drop them, take them out or something, you third party them. But yeah, if BRU gets knocked out and BTR continues to stay in, I think they have a good chance of walking away with 10 head start points tomorrow. Take a look at our map selector, spin the lottery, spin the wheel, and see what we get, right? Let's see the jackpot. Is it gonna go to Bermuda or I like Kalahari.
Wow, you like Kalahari, you get Kalahari then. Beautiful indeed. But the question is, who's gonna get tortured out there? Kalahari, not an easy map. We saw the dominance from a couple of teams earlier on, and the opportunity for Bigatron Delta to pull out yet another bomber here or bomb out, it's 50-50. They didn't have the best of runs on Kalahari.
Yeah, no, not really. Well, this is Bigatron's biggest test. I mean, to be fair, they did have a good start on Kalahari. They just didn't finish strong. So maybe this is their second chance, right? Maybe this is the system saying that, here you go. We put you back on Kalahari. Show us what you really got. This could...
Top 3 teams on this map: Buriram United Esports, Twisted Minds, Falcons. Once again, usually dominated by the Thai teams, but anything goes at this point of time. You are even seeing some of the Vietnamese teams really make some noise here with the eliminations. Anything could happen. It's all up to who really wants to go all out. And obviously the biggest of motivations is with the 3 teams that are in the question at this point of time. When you look at Buriram, Bigatron, and RRQ, assuming they are not going to go all the way is very tough. But the shocking thing here is RRQ is struggling to keep up with the eliminations department, and that's something I didn't think I would actually say.
But see, I mean, I think it also boils down to what's the adjustment going to be like. I know every time we look at BRU, across the tournaments that they've been in, you could see the difference, the evolution on how they handle these kind of games, right? Usually, because back then they were dominating, so they were always relaxed, they were always chill. But right now, there's a lot more thought being put into what do we do next. And I think at one point they started realizing that other teams are catching up. You can't slack, right? Even in your best rounds, there's still someone else that is close behind you.
To catch up to the dominance of Buriram in terms of eliminations, RRQ needs 20 eliminations more than them. And to catch up with Bigatron Delta, they need 24. So it's a lot. Grenades used top 3 for the day. 53 out of Jonah. Yeah, we definitely saw quite a number out of the 53.
I mean, Jonah is special in his own regard. But here at Sirens, one last round. Before we close out Point Rush into Kalahari, we go. See, Bigatron, it will stop halfway but attack all around. If they can do it this time, then it would definitely put them in first place. And again, this is Indonesia's turf. Let's see if they can reclaim it.
Indeed, Kalahari, at this point of time, dominated by Thailand. Teams like Twisted Mind, Buriram, Falcons, AG Global. You can hear the fans in the background screaming for their Indonesian squads to find some dominance here. Bigatron Delta has had 2 booyahs on Kalahari. RRQ has only had 1. Can they pull a shocker? Can EVOS Divine make a comeback? So many questions on my head. But for the time being, the bigger question is going to be, does anybody force a hot drop here? Answer is going to be no, unfortunately.
Yeah. There's... Actually, I'm trying to figure out if there's any good area to go for hot drop. I think on Kalahari, it's just... Generally, it's just discouraged because no area feels good. Maybe command post, right? Command post is a lot wider. There's a lot more place to work with, but... others just don't feel as good.
Let's see if Heavy can make something good out of this. I mean, at this point of time, they have had a very, very heavy day in the grand scheme of things. Dead last at this point of time in 12th. 28 points picked up in total. 10 from placements, 18 from eliminations. The weakest team when it has come to the gunfights today. Everything has failed them. So if they want to make a last stand, they could do something here. But the bigger question is going to be, what is that going to bring them, right? They can't even make it to the 6th spot. So is it worth putting in that much of effort?
I mean, you have a point, but you can't just lay down and take it, right? You still got a grand finals tomorrow. I think, yeah, sure, you're not getting any points, but you could still try to keep the momentum or whatever is left so that you don't go into tomorrow feeling dejected. Sami loses that 1v1 and it's not even close. 2 movements.
Yeah, well, RRQ making those adjustments that are most definitely required, leading the lobby with the eliminations. And this is exactly what I highlighted. They need to catch up on the eliminations. Like, if you look at the top 6, they are the team with the least number of eliminations among the top 6 teams on the current leaderboard here. So they have been focusing on that final circle a little bit too much. And it has been paying off. They've got 38 placement points, the second highest. Only one higher than them is Buriram with the 41. So they definitely have got that on point. A Diamond, though, looking at some birds in the sky, that's not going to help him out at all.
That one literally distracted. But what was he shooting at? What? Was there someone there? Wasn't that his teammate on the cliff? What? Was he getting distracted so late into the... You know, funnily enough, we are actually playing like the Point Rush and Grand Finals at an earlier time than the knockout stage, right? So maybe the body hasn't adjusted to the earlier time.
Maybe they have, right? Bigatron Delta. Oh my goodness, big fight. Focha getting tagged up. Kororo taken out. Riptide Rhythm courtesy of one more. That leads to Deeks being knocked down by On Fire. Falcons turning the situation around. Bigatron Delta. This is where they get smashed out. Hua Esports approaching the situation as well as they steal away the elimination off of Ekal. And Falcons just needs one more player to be taken out of the equation. But instead of grappling towards the final Bigatron player, they grapple away. And I understand the situation because Heavy is on the approach from the back. Falcon loses yet another player, Kyung. Oh, goodness me. He better thank his lucky stars.
He really got fortunate right there. Yanbin, does he know who is about to hit him? He sees like multiple glue walls. So he should suspect that there is someone down there and he's just crouching. Machete in hand. Oh, Yanbin does not know. Just zips right past him.
How they gonna get out of this tricky situation? Too many players. Get nice. Just needed one more bullet to put him in the coffin. And Yanbin just could not deliver that bullet. On Fire brings one more back. And Peter. Back to back. Beautiful stuff. I don't even know how he pulled off that revival. But it's okay. Doesn't matter how he did it as long as he pulled it off. Yanbin with the Trogon on the approach. Heavy players up on top. They've got the numbers. And they don't actually watch the stats. But thankfully they had the numbers to turn it around.
Wait, Yanbin just stared at the ceiling at the last shot and he got taken down. Oh, backup is coming in though. Thank goodness his teammate was nearby. But Poppy went down. Not looking as good. Shit, he's trapped in a glue wall. Someone land their shots. And Shin lands it. Heavy is knocked out.
Oh, but like I said, even if they didn't get knocked out, nothing much would have changed for them. So I understand the lackluster approach from Heavy. It has been a bad day for them. WAG, on the other hand, a lot of noise made thus far. But they are in 11th place, so we can say the exact same thing for them, even if they really hustled. Finding the 6th spot will only give them 1 bonus points. I am not going to take it hard against them for faltering here early. I can understand they are a tad bit disappointed.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. Got a pretty strong start and slowly tapered off. There's no recovering from this. They are both dead. I mean, they got a pocket market. They got one guy back.
Yeah. Time turner.
So they delay the inevitable. Time turner. Alright, that's the electrotherapy. Let's see this tag team. Nope, not even close. Cyrus goes down and goes down. 2 more points for RRQ.
Okay, the revival came through by the looks of it.
Got a pocket market right before Death's Door.
Oh, beautiful stuff for WAG. Just a single survivor out there now. The recovery is going to be difficult though. They need 3 points to catch up with EVOS. As well as 6 points to catch up with AG Global, who's in 9th. Yeah, it's a long climb up towards the top. Unless they get a massive booyah now. That's going to be the only saving grace. But a massive booyah for WAG. Not impossible. as if we have, of course, played at Xterra. This is Kalahari, a little bit different of the scenario.
Wow, they actually think of going in for the fight. How are they gonna do it? Need to grapple onto the upper floor? I think that's probably one of the ways, right? The knock's not gonna come through. Attack all around, going for full-on rush.
GOW cannot falter here. Attack all around. It's been doing slightly better than them, and they want to replace them in terms of the points. Pick up, and Jump got shut down from the back of the end. What a connection. An attack all around loses one limit, holding on to the fort. Man does not have the sniper on him to dance around. The end turns around and shuts him out of this very easily with the support of Iza and his Mag 7. Poongod hops on in, but that's the wrong timing, buddy. He has got the defense there. The end tags him up from the back, uses the window, gets stuck, and then buys time for Jumpgod to get away.
This is a straight-up disaster for attack all around. Not really sure what the idea was, right? Like
my goodness.
So you want to see Santa Catarina? Okay, sure. But how are you going to do it? You can't just blindly walk in. GOW clearly using the surroundings to pick off the members of attack all around and leave them in the dust. Well, they cut the losses. Got one of the guys out. WAG is going to be X4 sidearm against the members of Evo's Divine. Deus the one that takes him out. So that is just unlucky. And ABAC steals it away.
Unfortunate sequence of events. Evo's Divine currently sitting in 10th. A lot of hustle required for them, but it looks like hustle is just not possible. Aim got the final player. 500 coins in his pocket. One med kit. This is quite a torturous situation to be in. He's got the vending machine there, though. Just one revival to buy themselves a little bit of an insurance here should be possible for Evo's Divine. Final play. But he actually walks away from the vending machine. I'm not too sure what the idea is, but this is risky for Evo's Divine.
Yeah, pretty risky. Pretty crippled. Look at Aimbot. Aimgod is so far away. Grappling hook out of that. So Twisted Minds, they will not chase this, but they get high ground.
I wonder, Aski, whether calling him Aimbot is an insult or a praise.
I don't know. Which one is more superior? Aimgod or Aimbot?
I still bot.
I think God sounds better, right? Like if I want a superior name, if I want a majestic name, I will call myself a god. Aimbot makes it feel like you're cheating. That's minus 15 points, so no.
I think a few more points than 15 if you actually had any aimbots on. Distant Minds spotting out AG Global from afar, and WAG hitting the double revive, so good on the Vietnamese squad. But AG Global actually stopping by to check out the scenario behind them. Potentially to gatekeep Twisted Minds, but they also need to focus on their own rotation here, so it's a double-edged sword if they try to sneak away a couple of extra points. Getting greedy at this point may not be the best for AG Global.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking off, right? I think they took the zip line. Let's make fast progress. The circle, unfortunately, doesn't cover much of refinery, so that is kind of a bust. Distant Minds probably could have a slightly easier route into the circle, not contested so far, so they will meet up somewhere down the road. Attack all around, basically just dominating this area right now. You got Stone Ridge, which was Buriram's opening area, and they've obviously left that command post as well, right in front of AAA. A 3-1 formation out in this open field.
A little bit of a preview here for a pro player's HUD. If you want to switch around, figure out how they play this so fast, so smoothly. So I know some of you guys move just like I do on a game of Free Fire. We clunky. We barely get across the battlefield.
Yeah.
These guys just make it look so effortless. It's pretty effortless at this point of time since it's so quiet out here. No engagements whatsoever. I thought Kalahari was a small map.
Rounds where we have got too many teams in the final circle and people just start fighting, like 6 teams in the same building. Oh, nice experience that again. So 10.5 minutes in already. About to hit that end zone. Getting pretty tense, like BRU, even BRU are not moving. And I think attack all around smells something up, but Hua will take matters into their own hands. Can he get rid of one more though? Yanbin seems to have the right idea, going straight for one more, forcing the backup to retreat. And now you split the battle lines a little bit. Shin just needs to buy time, and one more, he is gonna fly out of there. Falcons on fire, sticks around, takes out Shin, and now needs to make a retreat. And if you can do it, then Falcons would have won the fight.
GOW right behind Falcons, but they choose to not get involved in the scuffle. And they look for the circle instead. Actually, that's quite a smart play from GOW. Why do you want to bring on more trouble onto yourself? They are one of the teams that can actually make a play for the bonus points. Currently sitting in 7. Just one solid game. Getting to the final circle in itself can help them get either the 3rd or 4th spot. So we'll have to wait and see if or not that's possible for them. Poppy literally popped out there on the battlefield, all thanks to the AC-80 in the hands of one more.
One out. Recovery, the sniper right back up for his teammate. Good stuff by Yanbin. Was gunning for the vending machine, but not with 2 Falcon members guarding it. So they end up getting being able to cash out. But Hua Esports are still in the game with 7 eliminations.
Wow, that's a little bit of a surprise performance here from Hua. Up and down. But as long as they go up, I guess I'm not going to complain too much. One of the weaker teams in terms of placements, but very strong with the engagements. 38 eliminations in the day. And just to pull a comparison, RRQ only has 25. So you can see the amount of hustle Hua Esports has been putting in just to keep themselves up on this overall leaderboard.
I think the most they could get, depending on how BTR fares, we might see RQ remain in 3rd place, right? Which is still not too bad. 5 points. But look at this. I mean, you could cut through the tension with a knife. So many gatekeepers. Yeah. BTR gatekeeping Evos.
Oh, dude, it's circle 4 already. Blue's moving. We've got 11 more teams. We need some eliminations right here, right now, before this chaos turns into absolute pandemonium.
Yeah, some bodies need to hit the floor sooner or later. Hua Esports are crippled. Like, they might have 7 eliminations, but they just don't have the capacity to fight. Not when the landscape of what's to come is so crowded. AG Global might make the first move, right? If they can take over WAG's building, they clear such a path for themselves.
Unfortunate grenade toss here by Caramel. Bounces off the wall. WAG's Allen. And this is an unfortunate situation there. But it's a good one, but RRQ surrounded. Abe up against 2 players at the same time, taking the damage from the blue as well. Razor was just not there to help him out in that situation. Diamond can't take this backstab. Nameless with the Bison. A 1v1 up against Razor goes south. Evos Divine off-screen eliminated by attack all around. And RRQ toasting Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the gatekeepers are having a lot of fun right now. But now they've taken in the most of the intruders. It's time to make a mad dash into the circle themselves. Look at this southern side. It is so congested at WAG. They're going to have a field day watching this go down. RRQ trying to take some bodies, but you gotta get now back up for a Cypher on the rescue mission, but it's close to the blue wall. No time left. You gotta start making progress. The grenade shows up. Mao gets picked back up, but Juice is gone. AG Global just trying to stall out RRQ, but BRU will take this opportunity to try and rack up as much points as possible.
Diamond made it in there, but unfortunately shot in the back. Buriram tried to interfere, and that is a successful interference. At least they get 1 point, 2 points, and it seems like they're picking up one after the other. WAG now out of nowhere.
BTR, they are in this best possible spot. They are so far out. The read is magnificent. This stalemate is not going to end anytime soon. BRU will pull back.
Buriram backing away, but can't run too far ahead as GOW stops them dead in their tracks. And you are absolutely right. Bigatron Delta on the opposite side of all of this action in absolute comfort. And all they need to do is just look for the circle.
This is madness. Look at all the teams. They are not moving just yet. They know there's a bit of time. None of them wants to make the first move because it is so dangerous. In AG Global, they already wiped out Bigatron. They're just going to feast on this attack all around. They realize what's wrong. They're going to start moving close to the circle, but they cannot get into it. And this is just a bloodbath. Every single team taking each other out. Bigatron decides to join in.
Bigatron Delta, the biggest ones out there for sure.
Oh my
God. The kryptonite of Falcon turning out into the kryptonite of all squad sticks now. He's got that therapy bond working. Moshi shut down with that backup from Kyung. Bigatron Delta, Ikal with the monster truck on top of everything else to mow down WAG. And Krillin hopping out of the way in the nick of time. Wasana backing away with the grappling hook. Ma'al knocked out of the circle. Ikal dropped. Bigatron Delta secures yet another booyah.
Way too good. Way too good.
Wow.
Imminence at the very end. The read on the circle could not have been better. You look at the distance between them and everyone else in the 4th to the 6th circle. They were uncontested. it would be a travesty if they somehow don't win this round. It was theirs to lose. They took full advantage of whatever that was given to them, and it paid off well. We wanted to see them score on Kalahari, first place, 10 extra points for tomorrow going into the grand finals. I think Bigatron Delta has definitely got it in the bag.
Bigatron Delta scored only 7 booyahs in the knockout stage where they played 83 games. Just on one day alone here, they have secured 3 for themselves. Yesterday was a day where Bigatron Delta scored 1. 4 booyahs out of 2 days of play versus 7 booyahs on 83 games played overall is just another level of craziness out of this squad that has been just teasing us. We talked about them building glory just by shutting down Falcons over and over again, and now they are proving that they are not just a kryptonite to Falcons, but they are literally a kryptonite to every single super team out here. Even Buriram could not withstand the attack that they brought forth.
Again, circumstantial, right? For Buriram, it's such a hard spot to be in. The moment the team started engaging with one another in such a tight compound, it eventually escalates to a situation where no one wants to move, because who moves first gets shot. And BTR was like, all right, and then we'll just wait, right? We should moving targets. If you don't move, you will eventually have to, because the blue zone is pushing in. So I mean, BTR, we talk about how they perfected this utility focused loadout. You realize that at the very end, you just feel so helpless against what they have. They break your glue walls, they prevent your utilities, they shut down your active abilities, and they find out where you are no matter where you go.
I mean, they are just playing a meta that the other teams have not caught up to yet. Everybody's trying to play the aggression. They are just working on their own tankiness in these fights. And in order to be able to be so sure that this is going to work on the grandest of stage in Southeast Asia, and pretty much, you know, if they're making it work here, they can make it work on the global stage as well. But we are definitely one of the more competitive compilations of regions. These guys just, you know, they figured out the solution for the final battle by showing up mediocre throughout the knockout stage. You know, just winning there, dominating, proving themselves meant absolutely nothing to Bigatron Delta during the knockout stage. That's something you really got to respect.
Yeah, wow. I really think that maybe they used the knockout stage to fine-tune this recipe, right? Like, it's not like they made much changes. The whole concept is the same, but I think now they've achieved a different level of efficiency. Once more, third booyah for BTR. I really want to hear what the players have to say. You know, like when you keep winning in point rush, there's only so much you could tell your opponent. So let's throw it to the stage in Surabaya and hear what Bigatron Delta had to say.
The third booyah for Bigatron Delta. Such a great performance from Indonesian teams. Make some noise!
Such incredible, and that is their last booyah, and it belongs to Bigatron Delta Esports. Koja. Okay, so I had a really fun question that I always want to ask since the knockout stage until now. Where did you guys learn to drive the car, Because you guys always knock other with the cars. Where does that strategy come?
It's so fun question, right? Gimana caranya kalian belajar nyetir mobil? Karena kalian naik mobilnya tuh keren banget gitu. Dari knockout stage malah.
Itu emang tugasnya Dika buat naik mobil. Jadi dia tugasnya naik mobil doang, itu buat nabrak-nabrakin orang.
Jadi Dika yang jago naik mobil?
Iya, jago dia
kalian
naik mobil. Enggak.
For Crash, BTR Dix so well to use vehicle, yeah, drive. But because not another player.
Because you guys can see that they always hit another one with a car and they always succeed booyah by that. So it's really funny for me, and that tactics is really new to me as well. So Koja, since you guys are receiving the fourth booyah right now, right? Until now, the fourth booyah in the Podra stage. How confident are you to lead your team to the global stage? Is it and with other Indo team, will it be 3 teams or only you and another Indo team?
Oke, jadi seberapa percaya diri kamu untuk tim-tim Indonesia bisa lolos ke turnamen global nanti? Dari 3 tim, apakah bakalan 3-3-nya lolos atau cuma tim kalian?
Bakal percaya sih, bakal 3 tim Indonesia bakal lolos ke Brazil nanti. Jadi mohon dukungannya dan doa juga.
We trust all the team Indonesian will go to global tournaments and keep support us and we will try our best. So I have question for you. You have good performance today. So what's your secret? You got the 3 booyah today. Apa rahasianya kalian bisa dapetin 3 kali booyah dan mainnya bagus?
Itu hoki doang sih, kita dapat 3 kali booyah. Terus doa orang tua juga yang penting.
It's just lucky and especially from parents, support from parents.
That is super sweet answer from Koja. Then when I hear like he said, pray from his parents, right? Super lovely to hear that. Thank you, Koja, and again, congratulations on your last booyah in the Ponder stage. So we can finally watch the game today, the replay, and also the analysts from our analysts as well. Thank you so much for enjoying until now to watch and support your favorite team. We hope to see you guys again tomorrow then. Thank you, Surabaya. And now, let's head back to the caster and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to come and watch and enjoy here with us tomorrow at the grand final. See ya, everyone.
Bye.
As predicted, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it matters not their past performance on each and every single individual map. Bigatron Delta wasn't even focusing on dominance. They were focusing on sharpening their skills, perfecting their gameplay, perfecting those rotations, and everything has culminated to a phenomenal performance here at Point Rush, outshining even the best challenger that we had from the side of Indonesia, RRQ, outshining your 2-time world champs, outshining the reigning defending champs, Falcons themselves. Bigatron has made a lot of noise, Husky.
Oh, they definitely have. They showed us what peak BTR is like.
Yeah.
But the true test still lies ahead tomorrow. Can they bring this performance tomorrow? Because if you want to win a trophy, today doesn't matter as much. It gives you a head start, but you still got to finish the job. And Koja definitely finished as what he started with that A1 to 4 and 5 eliminations.
5 eliminations for this man. He has to be proud of himself. 17 points overall as a bonus for Bigatron Delta that has proven today they can sit on that #1 spot. If today is how tomorrow is going to look like with that 17 points, Bigatron Delta might just be the champion that successfully keeps the trophy in Indonesia and not just allows it to just, visit their country just to allow another Thai team to pick it up, right? Insane stuff. 5 eliminations, like you said, 1,949 damage is not a lot, but I'm just too excited to even think that they have reached this stage.
This is a development that I didn't think that we would achieve that fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, right, it does dispel a lot of the doubts, a lot of questions people had about, Indonesian teams in general and who can surpass RRQ Kazu in terms of consistency and who is innovative enough, who refines the art that RRQ has first introduced into the ecosystem. I think BTR took it and instead of kind of claiming it as their own, they changed it to suit their playstyle.
I mean, they most definitely did. They saw what the meta was and they said, okay, we are not going to work with this. We're just going to work onto our own strengths. And our strength is mainly our gun skills. We can go out there. We can have a decent gunfight. But the problem here is all of these teams, they are focusing on that aggression, a lot of damage output. Therefore, we increase our damage sustainability and working themselves on that setup as a tank seems to have given this team a lot of prowess. But the question is, giving away that sort of a strategy, Are they setting themselves up for failure here? Because some of the other teams might be able to pick it up. But like you said, though, Husky, just because you use their loadout, use their lineup of active and passive skills, doesn't necessarily mean you can absolutely copy what they've been able to do out there.
That's I think that's kind of the best way to approach this, right? RRQ Kazu going on the 4 Tatsuya lineup was also something that I never thought would happen, but here we have it. BTR 23 points. Last we checked, there were just a single-digit difference between them and BRU, so it's fair to say that the 10 points from today belongs to BTR.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt whatsoever. Buriram got close. Just unfortunate, but you know, I'm not even going to complain. This has been such a beautiful day in terms of dominance for Bigatron Delta. 3 Booyahs, number 1 spot, well deserved. Buriram walks away with 7. Therefore, both Bigatron Delta and Buriram will start off tomorrow with the exact same number of head start points. The bonus that they have is 17 points each. How insane is that? And they are both the most consistent.
That is crazy, right? If you want me to pick a showdown, a pairing for a showdown, I would not put BTR against BRU. But it does set us up for the Robin Hood storyline, right? Like the Goliath and David and Goliath. Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. So if it's either going to be the comeback after 1 year for BRU, the reignition of the dynasty, or it's going to be a Cinderella run of the century.
And of course, we have to acknowledge that RRQ pulled up a consistent play here as well. 5 points from yesterday, 5 from today gives them a bonus of 10. That's going to be pretty lethal for some of these other teams to deal with. Twisted Minds with a 3, Attack All Around, Falcon with a 3, GOW with a 3 as well. Well, we looked for some noise to be made from a couple of Vietnamese squads. At least we got what we asked for. Good to see GOW up there. But I don't know exactly how much that can do. I mean, even if it gives them a little bit of a bump in terms of the prize pool that they take back, I'll take that as a huge win.
I mean, both BRU and BTR are like, what? Technically 2 rounds ahead of everyone else, right? So the bar has been set. It is incredibly high for a lot of these teams to try and catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I mean, not many people may be a fan of the point rush method, but I think the balance has finally been struck by giving the top team 10 points. I think it's going to make a huge difference now with what we have been able to collect over 2 days of point rush. Having the usual setup, would have been a little painful as well, because some teams are really able to pick up like a massive distance just with 1 day of play, like 19, 20 points sometimes. So let's see exactly how this perfection plays out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it from Husky and I for today. Tomorrow, we will come back to you guys. Same place, same time. We will catch you tomorrow for the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall.